All right. What's up, everyone? It's like was just making sure everything was set up correctly and everything. We're getting our first Girls Frontline to a live stream. As you can see, there's already 1,000 people waiting in here. Also, let's check out the trailer if you haven't seen it yet as well too. It should play as soon as I click on it. Oh, no. Okay, they did away with the trailer actually. The trailer is up on their channel just as a video standalone, but because it looks like they're starting in just under 2 minutes. Let me set this to live chat as well too. It's like, yeah, people are excited. It's like this is the very first one that we're getting. Let's see. Commanders, the new themed major event, Aphelion, is coming soon. We're bringing you an exclusive special program packed with behind the scenes reveals, patch content previews, and limited time patch rewards. Watch the preview special program live. Actually, we have a minute, right? I know it's like I don't want to miss anything. I was just gonna go click on the trailer, but let's see what they do. What's up, Geller? Waifu gotcha. Oh, they're about to start. It's like, let's see. AK-15, please. Less than a minute. CN exclusive dolls. Because, of course, we know Klukai is coming, but also who else are they going to show us as well, too? Because it'll probably be Klukai and someone else. Somebody said stream canceled. That would be terrible. It's going to be a double banner release. UMP9 and 416 are going to be released together. Ah, that's what somebody says. They messed up. Free tenfuls. So, because it's funny. Even though it does like say March 12th for them, for us, as you can see, there was a countdown. It's supposed to start. This is too funny. Did they really mess up? Open the door. Hold on. No, nothing. Okay. In the meantime, then, hold on. Let me open this. This is the trailer right here. So, just gonna. Nope, nothing yet. Yeah. Ah, I can't wait. It's like her bike, and her outfit as well too. Have to get it all. Well, her and the bike come together, so you don't have to worry about that. Yup. There she is. Oh, let me turn the trailer down a bit. It might be too loud. Yeah, and that's the trailer right there. Yeah, I don't know. To sleep, gotta go to work. What's up, Wriggle? I don't know if they messed up or not. Like I'm refreshing the page and it still says March 11th, even though the picture says March 12th, but it says, it's UTC. So, and even down here it says March 12th at 9:30 p.m. Yeah, what did they do? They did something wrong. Why they do this too early? It hasn't started yet. No. The comments are hilarious though. Do we riot now? Hold on. Let me put on some like background music for us as well too or something like that. It's like give me a second. It's like too funny. Like this is great. Give me just a second. Oh man. I'll just put on the intro music I was using. But yeah. So they should say something though. Let me check their Discord too, just to make sure. If not, well, you know what? We'll just freaking play some Girls Frontline if that's the case. Let's see. No one's said anything. I'm checking out their official announcements, their news feed. I'm not seeing anything mentioning, yeah, guys, it's tomorrow. We are cooked. They had Sabrina at the keyboard. Great job, fellas. Oh man. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Yeah, they fucked up. Yeah, they did. Twitter also says 312, 9:30 usually. Shows your local time. Yeah. So they messed up here specifically on YouTube then if that's the case. But they should like say something. I'm checking right now too on their Twitter. Yeah. So that's what it was. They messed up here specifically. Cuz it does say the hold on, let me bring this over so I can show you. Hopefully you should be able to see that. Yeah, see? It says the 12th right there at 9:30 p.m. But again, on YouTube, it said something totally different. So, yeah, they messed up. Okay, then. Yeah, but no one's even like saying anything from their team. Like, no announcement. Like, sorry guys, that's actually tomorrow. They should post something in chat. Cause yeah, it still says even waiting for Girls Frontline 2, March 11th at 9:30 p.m. I just realized it's still March 11th in UTC -4. EOS soon. Ah, oh, that's terrible. Okay, so let's start up Girls Frontline then. Early July stream? What are people talking about? I'm just laughing at chat right now. But let's start this up. It's like, give me just a second.
Frontline, EXILIUM.
We're gonna enjoy some Girls Frontline regardless. It's like we can't end it like that. I'm going to work. I'll be back. Thought it was 10 tonight. 9:30. Uh-oh. All right, Wriggle. So, with that, I'm just checking to make sure. Yeah, nothing's happening. Okay. They messed up the YouTube schedule. I'm just looking people's comments and everything. All right then. Back to Girls Frontline it is. I was actually planning to do this another day, but we might as well just do the Zucchero Cafe then. If we can get through that. Then we'll be completely done with everything until like the next event comes out. Welcome to Zucchero Cafe. Creativity, logistics, and management. You can only run a business after taking all these aspects into consideration. Come take on the challenge with the staff. Oh boy. Commander, thank you for taking the time to come down to Zucchero and help with our cafe event. I will explain the nature of the work to you. Jeez. Cafe management is done through beverage sales and a feedback wall. This reminds me of Cat Fantasy, actually, having to do this. There is an event story, it looks like, over here, event campaign, so. Selling drinks can increase various stats of the shop and award feedback notes. Reaching relevant benchmarks and crafting select numbers of feedback notes will lead to completing the cafe appraisals, improving the shop's rating. Enhancing the shop rating expands the drink list and makes more Zucchero merch available. Okay. Required ingredients for drinks can be acquired via supply mode stages. After you have the ingredients, you may create and sell the drinks via the drinks menu. Acquire decal stickers by completing cafe appraisals and selling drinks. They can be exchanged for rewards in Zucchero merch. Okay. Interesting. When running the cafe, we need to ensure we have ample provisions for drink sales. Please open the drink menu and make a drink. Select the drink recipe you wish to make and click the button. This will consume ingredients and make a drink. So, mix, make. To obtain more ingredients, you can complete supply mode stages. We'll be counting on you to handle that side of the work for us. I see. Click the opinion box to stick the note on the feedback wall. Oh. Alright. Oh, and then the rewards. Okay. Nice. What do we have here? It doesn't tell you what it does, but okay. Popular merchandise, premium merchandise, limited edition, and then best-selling. Okay. Commander, this is the Zucchero Assistant. It will help you monitor the cafe's operations in real time. On the Zucchero Assistant's homepage, you can see the current store rating and assessment missions. Completing assessment missions will improve the shop rating. In the feedback wall tab, you can view customer notes and implement their suggestions, which is one of the cafe assessment missions. In the Zucchero merch tab, you can exchange decal stickers for the desired supplies. The higher the level of Zucchero merch, the better the rewards you can get. Okay, so that's everything there. And so let's go through the story. Zucchero's most important guest is about to arrive. The first rays of daybreak stream in through the trees that line the pavement, shining into a perfectly ordinary little cafe by the side of the street. Also, I'll rename the stream, since we're doing this today as well, too. A girl dressed like a shop attendant is hard at work. She's cleaning up the planters, making snacks, and changing out the coffee beans. She systematically works through the tasks that have been completed before the cafe can open for business. Perhaps it's because her neural cloud is occupied by these routine tasks, but she doesn't seem to notice the footsteps approaching her. Good morning. Springfield circles around to the other side of the counter and watches the look of surprise on the other girl's face with interest. Ah, manager. It's not often that I find you so distracted, Centaurecy. My apologies. Why must you apologize? The point of the cafe is to help everyone live a relaxed life, after all. Centaurecy and Springfield look up at the same time. This cafe, decorated in a retro style, has a signboard reading Zucchero at its door. The Zucchero Cafe is not only a popular hangout for the local residents, but also a secret clearinghouse run by ex-Griffin dolls to help their colleagues obtain information and seek help. After many years, the cafe has gradually put down roots and flourished, and it is entirely due to the efforts of the dolls who run it. Springfield nods to Centaurecy and smiles. Well, being able to see you this relaxed proves that my hard work hasn't gone to waste. Of course, I'll continue doing my best with you from here on out, manager. I'll be counting on you. That said, they are here today. But in that case, we won't need to worry anymore about the security situation. Indeed, right now Zucchero is probably the safest place in the entire city. This also means I'll be able to put all my focus onto the day's tasks. After all, the preparations for today must be handled with the utmost rigor. You have a point. Let me help you too. Centaurecy nods. Springfield steps behind a nearby cabinet and quickly dons an apron before helping to portion out the desserts Centaurecy has made before placing them into the cold case. Seemingly spotting something of note, Springfield pauses as she tops off the milk in the coffee machine. Then she leans in close and takes a sniff of the grinder hopper. Oh my, are the beans in the machine from your private reserve of black ivory coffee? These things are too precious for most merchants to sell, even in the satellite city. As I recall, you saved up many collapsed pieces to buy them. Are you going to use them all today? Upon hearing Springfield speak, Centaurecy's face flushes a faint pink. Yes, I would like to make the best possible coffee I can today. Centaurecy turns the calendar on the counter to a new page with a thoughtful look on her face. Each box on the calendar is filled with entries for events in different styles of handwriting, such as meet with coffee bean supplier, trim the lawn, 100th Zucchero live, and so on. Meanwhile, today's box has only one word on it: reserved. Ah, about that. Have you wrapped the gift for our customer yet? Of course. I've modified and cared for it in special ways just so our customer will feel the full extent of the surprise you've prepared. Well done, Centeracy. You've covered all the bases. I honestly don't know how the cafe would manage without you. You flatter me. All this is just standard procedure. Oh yes, the cookies are almost done. Would you like to try them, manager? I think not. I have some other work I need to wrap up. The rest is up to you. I'll take care of it for you. Centeracy doesn't say anything else, turning aside to let Springfield through, as though they've rehearsed this moment countless times before. Springfield opens the door to the kitchen and pushes the cake flour onto the shelf to one side before moving the syrup on the topmost shelf into another cabinet. After tidying the place up, she moved the cabinet aside, revealing a patch of wall whose colors are brighter on account of not being exposed to the sun as much as its surroundings. Finally, she knocks twice on the wall. The wall section creaks and then suddenly splits open along a hidden seam, revealing a secret passage just large enough for a single person to pass through. The secret back room. In the darkness, Springfield expertly feels her way along the wall and finds a switch on it. What's up, Robo? How you doing? A light comes on and illuminates the interior. A huge display monitor dominates the cramped room and turns on with the lights, displaying several locations being monitored by security cameras. Springfield scans the images on the screen, then presses the intercom button below it. Right on time, Manager Springfield. We've managed to hire several very capable staffers recently, so I'm much less busy now. So, have you gotten any new stock in lately? Of course I have. What kind do you want? I'll go with coffee beans. I'd like the sweeter kind. One of our regulars has developed a taste for them. Also, have you received a special blend that Macchiato sent over last time? Oh, yes, I have. It was delicious. If you have more next time, I want it all. My, aren't we greedy? Can you blame me when your menu items are all excellent? Now then, back to business. That special guest I mentioned earlier will be visiting us today. I would like to ensure that nothing goes wrong with this meeting. As a supplier, can you provide the coffee beans today? Oh, looks like this guest of yours is quite the VIP. Oh yes, he's our most valuable client after all. I see. And here I thought you were joking when you mentioned it last time. You really are a kidder. I have always taken my work seriously. Sorry. That wasn't what I meant. Ah, if you insist, I do have some extra coffee beans that I can supply today, manager. What is coffee beans code for? However, there will be an extra charge for a rush order like this one. Of course, we will settle our bill with you per standard procedure. Springfield soon receives a message. After she reads it, it automatically deletes itself. My, this does help a lot. Beep, beep, beep. Damn it, it's everywhere. Also, after I get through this first part, I'm going to change the title of the stream. Forgot to do that before we started, because we were still waiting before. Just as she's about to continue, an internal call suddenly comes over her communicator. Pardon me, but it seems we have a bit of a situation in the cafe. We'll continue this later then. The other party hangs up and Springfield answers the call. She immediately hears a familiar voice. Ah, oh, Wawa, it's Macchiato. Manager, we spied several suspicious individuals approaching Zucchero. Should I deal with them? Springfield looks at the screen. The security camera shows several thugs swaggering down the street. It seems that there's troublesome guests, so we'll let Sharkery handle them. Did you hear that, Sharkery? Is it time for Sharkery's debut at last? It seems there are some troublesome guests to the northwest of the cafe. Please take care of them. Will do. Sharkery will give each and every one of them a perfect show. On a building roughly 1 kilometer away from the Zucchero Cafe, Macchiato is lying prone behind a set of guardrails on a balcony concealed by a camouflage cape. After hearing the voice through her communicator, she finally shifts her gaze away from the optical scope for a moment. As she watches the doll in the distance sauntering off with exaggerated dance-like steps, Macchiato grumbles to herself. Honestly, can we really count on her? While she's a civilian doll primarily intended for the entertainment industry, this young miss has been fitted with a really advanced fire control component. Usually, she's the one who handles troublesome guests like these when you're not around. There is doubt written all over Macchiato's face as she continues studying Sharkery through her scope. Clearly, she is not convinced by Springfield's words. However, the suspicious individuals each fade from Macchiato's view over the course of the next few minutes. Looks like they were simply layabouts. Fortunately, they didn't pose a real threat. Sharkery, how are things now? One moment, manager. This is the last of them. Sharkery's voice comes over the transmission. Hey, aren't you from that bar in the underground shopping street? Have you paid your protection money for the month? If not, you'll... Wait a minute. Are you a doll? Aye! He's like, ow, 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 stay back! Run away, run away! The sounds of flesh being bludgeoned fills the channel. See? She's good at this. I guess tricking the enemy with her deceptive appearance must be part of how she gets the job done. What's this? Is that jealousy I hear, Macchiato? Hell no. Who would be jealous of a spoiled little brat anyway? Besides, all I need is a gun in my hand. And that's a wrap. Sharkery suddenly cuts into the transmission, striking a pose before proudly declaring her work is done. Manager, I finished my mission without a hitch. Sharkery, what's that behind you? In the video feed, an arm slowly reaches out from a dumpster behind Sharkery. Sharkery glances back and delivers a lightning-fast kick that sends the arm back into the dumpster. Haha, it's nothing at all. So you just threw them into the trash? You could have at least dumped them in front of the nearest police box. Oh no, my makeup's running. I need to go touch myself up. You have the stage now, Miss Macchiato. Huh? Hey, wait. I can't believe it. She went and spouted a bunch of crap and then walked off just like that? I called her back. You should come back too, Macchiato. He's not here yet, is he? Maybe I should keep watch until he sets foot into the cafe. The police will keep an eye on things for today, and besides, I'm sure you don't want to be stuck alone on the roof when he shows up, right? Fine, I got it. I'm coming back now, okay? Although she has an annoyed scowl on her face, Macchiato is already getting to work on her final task. First, she opens her terminal and refreshes her data links. Scenes from the cameras monitoring the streets around the Zucchero flash through her mind. Macchiato's neural cloud carefully parses and filters every single suspicious individual and sound, as well as windows and vehicles that could be used to spy on them. The 14th check reveals no suspicious conditions. The surrounding streets are safe. Having reached that conclusion, Macchiato stands up, looks down from the highest ground, and looks up from the highest ground in the city. As a professional sniper, she knows the layout of this place like the back of her hand. While this is a satellite city in the green zone, she can have a bullet in the opposition's skull within half a second of any threat exposing themselves, should the situation call for it. Considering what kind of occasion this day is, she does not want any unexpected interruptions. After verifying the situation, Macchiato disconnects the data cable that's plugged into a floor port before returning her exquisite rifle into its violin case and leaping off the side of the building. 20 minutes later, after Zucchero's door chime rings for the last time today, the 4 members of the cafe staff are finally gathered inside the cafe. Thank you, Miss Macchiato. Your coffee is ready. Okay, thanks. Macchiato accepts the cup and gets a whiff. The rich scent of roasted caramel wafts into her nose. She takes a sip, and her tense nerves promptly relax. The bitterness is just right, and the foam feels really dense. In any case, at least you didn't try to mess with me and threaten me. Wait, you didn't try to mess with me and treat me like a kid. You know, you can just praise Centaurace directly if you really want to. Were you expressing praise just now, Miss Macchiato? You see, the person in question had no idea you were doing it at all. Ah, what a pain. I'll be more careful next time. You're really good at catering to everyone's taste, Centaurace. This hot cocoa tastes super yummy too. As I thought, rather than icky bitter coffee, sweet cocoa really does suit this super cute Sharkery best. Kids really are easy to fool. Are you praising Miss Sharkery for being cute? Eh? What? Of course not. Springfield's just over here laughing at her. Looks like apart from the lessons on cafe work, Centaurace will also need to study up on speaking Macchiato's language too. I will do my best. Why are you acting so serious about this anyway? Aw, look, Miss Macchiato's ears are red again. Perhaps she's trying to change the subject, or perhaps she's bothered by something, but Macchiato turns to look outside the window as she annoyedly drums her fingers on the table. Speaking of which, isn't our guest here yet? The dolls all look outside. Crowds of people mill back and forth on the street, but the person they're all hoping to see hasn't shown up yet. The cookies will get cold if he doesn't arrive soon. Time ticks by, and as the sun rises, the anticipation in the girl's heart soon becomes worry. Did something happen to him on his way here? They don't want to speculate on the reasons for it. However, their guest has always been a very punctual person. Up. The cafe telephone rings in the silence. Springfield heads over to the counter and picks it up immediately, as though she's been waiting for it all this time. As she raises it to her ear, she mimes a shushing gesture to the other members of the cafe. Hello, this is the Zucchero Cafe. Would you like a reservation or a home delivery order? Oh, is this the password system you arranged with him? However, the voice on the other end of the line is not the voice they have longed for. Springfield immediately turns to put her back to the counter and gives the other 3 dolls meaningful looks. You're... Dandelion. It's been a while, Miss Springfield. All right then, let's dispense with the pleasantries. Does the fact that you have this comms code mean you are with him? A wise deduction. And yes, I need you to help us out right now. You won't refuse us, will you? Please get to the point. Simply put, things have gone wrong as usual and the threat level is code red. I sent you the coordinates and a route. Whether or not he'll still be alive depends on how quickly you get there. See you later then, ladies of the Zucchero. After some silence, Dandelion hangs up. What? It seems our guest has encountered some difficulty on his way here. I believe we will need to make a delivery. Manager, will we be using the emergency action plan? One moment, please. While she has rehearsed the scenario in her neural cloud countless times, Springfield still wants to ensure that the plan goes off without a hitch. Macchiato, go with loadout number 1 and bring as much ammo as possible. After that, you will drive everyone to the objective location. Got it. Sharkery, can you ensure that our order is delivered? I believe you've installed the relevant software already. No problem. Sharkery has gone through tons of sim training. And as for you, Centaurace, I fear we will have to open that gift we were saving for our guest ahead of time. I apologize for that. I know you spent a lot of time preparing that surprise. That's fine. The gift exists because he needs it. Its value will be maximized if we send it right when right when it is required. There we go. Thank you. Just in case, I will stay in the cafe and provide remote support. If the worst should come to pass, I will activate our emergency measures. If that happens, do not return to the Zucchero. Proceed immediately to the backup safe house and meet there. Understood. Please be careful too. I will. Centeracy, please take care of everyone while you're outside. I'll make sure I keep everyone safe. So in return, please wait at home for our return. The Venetian blinds slowly close, hedging the sunlight outside the cafe, and the sound of the cafe door closing is drowned out by the clack, clack, clack of rounds being chambered. A place which provides delicious food in times of leisure, and one which protects that which is important in times of danger. That is what the Zucchero is. Wow, couldn't read those last few sentences properly. Okay, so give me just a second. I'm actually gonna let me edit the title of the stream and everything like that. There we go. And I'll have to change the description too as well. But I can do that later. Okay. Oh man. Okay. There we go. Just gonna let them do their thing. But yeah, so pretty much the him is us. It's Commander. What's up, James? It's like, how you doing? Oh wow, that's a large AoE. Oh, and now it doesn't matter. Decal stickers. All right. What? You don't like being called Omen? That's the name of this chapter. 2 kilometers due west of the Intercontinental Railway transfer station. Black-colored FIVs drive out of the mist, the autocannons in their turrets sweeping left and right, searching for enemies. There is a large pit in front of the IFVs. Wow. One of them comes to halt around 50 meters away from the pit. After ensuring the situation is safe, its rear hatch slams to the ground. Black armored troopers cautiously dismount, turning on the powerful flashlights mounted on their weapons and illuminating the vast, seemingly bottomless pit before them. The sky starts to drizzle and the soldiers' bracelets start to turn yellow. However, the troopers ignore the rising particle density. What the heck? This silhouette. Just came from a hypothetical subreddit about you being a spirit? What? Gotcha. After the squad disperses and takes formation, a red-haired woman emerges from the vehicle. She walks past the troopers and up to the pit. The troopers act like they don't see her, their guns raised as they continue watching their surroundings for danger. She raises a cigarette to her mouth and lights it before looking disdainfully into the pit and taking a puff. The rain unfortunately puts the cigarette out. The woman scowls, then tosses the cigarette to the ground before forcefully stomping it out. bad sign, my ass. It's just the same shit, different day. Behind her, several more IFVs drive up to the pit. Black armored troopers quickly dismount and spread out to scan their surroundings. Soon they fill up the space in front of the pit. The badges on the black armored troopers proclaim them to be from Magni Security, but their equipment and attitudes are markedly different from the average PMC grunt. The woman changes the channel on her radio and begins giving orders. Everyone, listen up. This is a hazard level 3 assignment. Charlie, Delta, and Foxtrot teams head underground and carry out Plan C2-7. Bravo and Echo teams watch the perimeter. Alpha team, stand by. Now, as for our row. She takes out another cigarette and lights it. After taking a puff, she pauses for a moment. Then, the woman slowly exhales a cloud of smoke before giving her orders. Kill everything that moves. Interesting. The black armored troopers are silent. The woman gestures and 3 teams of men immediately pivot and head into the pit, while the other 2 begin establishing a defense line around them. The woman continues smoking her cigarette. The soldier behind her waits until she's done before walking up and asking her a question. Actually, they look kind of cool. Squad leader. Adjutant Lentine. Why are we deploying 6 combat teams on a single level 3 assignment? Because the brass paid to deploy 6 combat teams. I mean, there you go. Even so, don't you think 6 teams is a little much? Does the black op this time around really bother the brass that much? Just look. Damn, her expressions. Like, those eyes. Lentine points at the terminal in her hand, which shows the view from a trooper's helmet camera system. She grimaces in disgust as she looks at the insignia on the wall, and she covers it up by lighting another cigarette. Paraduse again? The squad leader shakes his head. They've been way too active recently. It's been making us look bad, too. You mean our nickname? Thanks to all this goddamn black op, even the rest of Magni Security's forces would rather die than let us help them. I mean, have you ever heard the nickname they gave us? Omen. You don't like it? We're the best of Magni Security. We should be something like the Shining Edge, not Omen or whatever. Shining Edge. The woman suddenly laughs out loud, then cuts off her laughter by sticking a cigarette into her mouth. After taking a puff and getting her breathing under control again, she begins to speak. Frankly speaking, I actually like that name. Nobody who hears it is going to have any illusions about what we're going to do next. Oh man. I'm sorry for laughing. My dogs are barking like crazy. They haven't gone to sleep yet. I don't know if you guys can hear that. She points at the squad leader's head. Say, Kenny, when you become a security contractor, did you actually think you'd be keeping anything safe? Of course not. So his name's Kenny. Uh-oh, you know what that means. He's gonna die. Did you know? I really, really hate it when people go expecting something of me and then end up depressed when their expectations fall short. I keep hearing crap during missions like, aren't you here to save us? Or, how can you do this? And whatever I do, it makes me think that I'm just a parrot in a cage. A parrot? Because everyone thinks you should be saying what they expect you to say. Nothing else registers as proper words to them. It's just noise, like a rooster going awk or something. Kenny is momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just then, a voice comes in over the radio, and the two of them end their chit-chat to check their terminals. Adjutant Lentine, we're closing on the target area, preparing to enter. Switch off all the security cameras, but leave one patch directly into our comm channel. Do not record any imagery from this mission. Roger. Have Delta block off the entrance. Foxtrot will cover you. Use up all your explosives. Roger. Time for work. Lentine tosses the cigarette by the side and heads for her IFB, with Kenny trailing after her. Once they get inside, the monitors inside the vehicle show the positions of the combat team members who have entered the tunnels and the view from their body cameras. On the screen, the black armored troopers are moving from the elevator platform towards a huge smashed gate. They enter the room beyond, covering each other in a leapfrog fashion. The room inside contains several dozen huge culture tanks with human body parts enmeshed with plant tendrils floating in the culture solutions. The power source in their middle glows dimly. We found multiple samples. The power has been shut off. There might be a contact risk. Stay away from those tanks. Inform all teams that the assignment's hazard level has been upgraded to 2. Understood. I'll let them know right away. Look at their ritual site. Looks like their ritual site is down there. It's not often that there's one so close to a green zone. These lunatics are getting wilder and wilder. Don't let your ethics cloud your judgment. We take money to solve problems. We're just gophers for a small, independent PMC. Take Bravo off sentry duty. Have them go down there to support the others. Got it. I'll contact them. Kenny keys his radio and gives orders to the combat team on the perimeter. Lentine's eyes are focused on the screen. The images from the camera continue moving as the troopers take plastic explosives out of their backpacks, which they plant in various corners of the room. No life forms detected nearby. Charges have been set, awaiting further instructions. Proceed for... There is a shout from behind, and the image shakes violently. The viewpoint quickly turns to the rear, where a trooper in the back has been impaled through the forearm by a thorny plant stem from one of the culture tanks. The trooper tries to escape, but the stem burrows deeper into his flesh. Purple liquid oozes out of the stabbed area, and the trooper's arm immediately swells up. The man beside him draws a knife from his waist and promptly chops off the wounded man's forearm. The stabbed soldier wails in agony, staggering back from the pain and shock. His teammate pulls out a medkit and administers a styptic and painkillers. The camera views shift to the plant that is still burrowing deeper into the severed arm. A white-colored mist sprays in from off-camera. Abnormal contact has occurred. One man has been injured, suppressing with liquid nitrogen. The vegetation soon freezes over. Unable to bear the weight of the frozen arm of the forearm, it falls to the ground and splinters into many pieces. How many times do I have to tell you not to approach those tanks? Lentine sighs and rubs her temples. Send him up. Will do. Lentine leans back into her chair and addresses Kenny in a mocking tone. Well, well, lucky him. For the low, low price of half an arm, he gets to collect a big fat compensation paycheck. That guy who was wounded is probably Maseo. He's been with us for close to 10 years. Close to 10 years? It's been that long already. You know, when I get sick of being adjutant, you should take over. I'll go join the combat squad and get some random little injury. When the time comes, make sure you give me a nice little bonus, enough to retire with. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Adjutant, who else would be kind enough to share their compensation with someone else? You mean you wouldn't share yours with me? Hell no. Wow. Petty much? Lentine pouts to express her displeasure. But they've been through this routine so many times before that Kenny doesn't bother following up on the old gag with her. The banter between these two is great. How many more rooms are there which need blowing? Intel indicates there are 2 more. Looks like there's a whole mess of black op for us today. Suddenly, Lentine pulls off her earpiece. Kenny is about to speak, but she signals for him to stop. Did you hear something? I think it sounded like a helicopter. A helicopter? The squad leader removes his earpiece, listens carefully, then shakes his head. Not a thing. What happened? Our intel didn't mention anything about aircraft passing nearby, right? I mean, it's perfectly normal for people to use aircraft without filing for permission in an ungoverned region like this. Lentine frowns and puts her earpiece back on, but she continues speaking in an unhappy tone. I have a bad feeling about this. Adjutant Lentine, we just got a transmission from Bravo. They found an elevator that wasn't mentioned in the intel, and there's a large thermal signature coming from a chamber below the elevator. I'll patch in a video feed from over there. The two of them turn back to the screen. It flashes, and then its perspective changes. This time, the viewer is looking into the pit with a thermal imager. Give me the size and composition of the thermal signature. One moment, please. Scan complete. I'm picking up at least 40 life forms and a massive thermal source, massing at least 5 units or more. 5 units. So it's a Boojum then. So they summoned us even before the ritual was complete. That doesn't happen often. The sound of gunshots comes over the transmission, seemingly from a long distance away. I hear gunshots. All teams, stay alert. Who are you engaging? Hang on. There's nobody. None of the teams have engaged anyone. Then something must have happened underground. Delta, finish planting the explosives. The rest of you, head deeper into the pit. This assignment's hazard level is now 1. All personnel prepare to engage a Boojum. Understood. While that answer was simple enough, there was an added hint of nervousness in the man's voice. They're calling this a hazard level 3 mission even though there's a Boojum present? You were wondering why they shelled out so much, right? Looks like you got your answer. Still, even if the FABN, there we go, Fab, even if the FABN group is in charge of things, a Boojum so close to the green zone is going too far. Forget it. This isn't any of our business. Have Alpha prepare themselves. We'll be... Suddenly, they hear bullets strike the exterior armor plane of the vehicles, followed by an emergency transmission over the radio. This is Echo. We've engaged unknown dolls. They're attempting to enter the underground chamber. Dolls? How many? Unable to estimate. They have a sniper. 2 of our guys have been hit. We're pinned down. God damn it. Kenny, get the IFVs over and give them fire support. Why now? Of all times. Rhino 2, Rhino 3. What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you returning fire? What? Your optics were destroyed? You shower of useless assholes. Must I do everything myself? Kenny climbs into the gunner's seat and prepares to manually control the autocannon for the attack. However, there is the sound of a crisp impact from outside the vehicle, and the gunner's monitor in front of him promptly bursts into a sea of static. What? Don't waste your time. We aren't going up against ordinary dolls. Alpha, mount up. We're moving in to assist. Damn. This situation. I'm approaching the coordinates Miss Dandelion sent us. I see some IFVs here. They might end up being a big threat to us. Not anymore. I've destroyed their optics. They shouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. So proper. Got it. Ready to break in? Yeah, give me 30 seconds and I'll be at your position ASAP. Sharkery, stay inside and keep the engines running. Prepare to head out at any time. So I won't get a chance to shine? Not unless you want some 25mm ventilation in your frame. Okay then. But don't take your time. What the heck is that? Doesn't matter, he's gonna die. Just put them on auto and have fun. How many enemies are there? There's only 2 enemies. Oh, it's a boss, that's why. Well, it's dead. That's what it is. We can't hold them, Adjutant. Those dolls made it underground. That fighting style, and such capable T-dolls. This is Bravo. We make contact with unknown T-dolls. They've got a lot of firepower on their side. Requesting backup. So there are T-dolls underground as well. Huh. Looks like things are becoming more and more interesting. Interesting? Leave 3 people behind to tend to the wounded. Everyone else, follow me. We're going after those dolls. Got it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pit. How many more enemies are there? Oh, wait. So, I see. I know what's happening now, or I'm pretty sure what's happening is this was from the event that took place. This was what, 2 events ago, where they left us on that cliffhanger where we were underground, and yeah, this is the the direct continuation. That's what's happening right now. There should be at least 50 according to the scans, right? Yeah, because Dandelion is, well, in the form of this right now. Is there another way? As you can see right now, I am just a diner. Look, I'm being serious here. In that case, we should be able to solve the problem handily once our reinforcements arrive, right? Reinforcements? Because she called Zucchero Cafe. Where are we getting reinforcements from? Just then, I hear a familiar yet unfamiliar voice in my earpiece. The moment I do, I know that we've been tossed a lifeline. Master, do you read me? Loud and clear. Oh yeah. We received Miss Dandelion's distress signal and now are approaching your location. Macchiato's come too. Wait for us, Commander. Don't you dare die down there. Looks like my number's not up just yet. Dandelion, give me Centaure's location. Already sent. The enemy's weight of fire is massive. The sooner we're out of here, the better, considering we don't know if more enemy reinforcements will show up. I quickly glance through the signal comms on my terminal. Centauracy and the others are approaching fast. From their position, I can count on them to help me pincer the enemy. However, we'll need to take Helena back from the Bujum first. Yup. I look around. Dion is hitting the enemy with everything she's got. Colvin and the Helena she's protecting are looking at me with frightened eyes. We don't have much room for error, but I am certain that even after all this time, dolls can still work well together. There's no time to hesitate. I quickly decide on my next move and give my orders. Dion. Commander? I need suppressive fire from you and Jang Yu in that direction to draw their attention. Our reinforcements will flank them from behind and will break through their location. Ah, yes. Dandelion, help compute the ideal attack route for Dion and Centauracy and send it to them. Already done and sent. Centauracy, give me a sit rep once you get in position, then wait for my go. Yes, Master. ETA is in 1 minute. Is 1 minute. Dion, keep laying down fire. When I give the word, we'll make a break for a more open area and draw the enemy's attention. Jiangyu, can you and your big sis put on a good show to distract them? No problem. Just leave it to me. That's all I needed to hear. And who might this be? Her name is Zhao Hui. She's a new friend of ours. Got it. How about this? You look pretty agile, so can you help bring Helena back to us? I'll have Dandelion disable Helena's defense systems. That's Dion and Jang Yu's commander for you. Already giving orders without hesitation, even though this is first time we met. Hey, if you can't handle it, I can do it instead. Of course I can. Should I head out now? I'm glad you're willing to help out. Wait for my signal. I look up at the Helena, who's still floating in the air. She's watching us struggle with a look of amusement on her face. Because remember, that's the other Helena, like the clone, clone. There was just more of her. I pay her no further attention and look down at the Helena in front of me. You're Helena too, right? Yeah. Do you want to live? I can't die yet. I see the determination in her eyes, and then I turn to Colvin. Protect her. She's also Helena. Okay. Colvin reaches down to support the Helena beside her and looks up at the airborne Helena. So, our Helena... Relax, she'll be fine. Saying so, I turn to look at the hovering Dandegate. That's right, that's what we were calling her. Dandegate. You can do it, right, Dandelion? As you wish. After I give my orders, the dolls all look at me. I take a deep breath and wait for the transmission to come in. Master, we reached our attack position. Waiting for your command. Got it. Everyone, go! Centauracy and Macchiato silently drop down onto the elevator platform at the bottom of the shaft while their black armored enemies are focusing on firing it in the other direction. They suddenly open fire, cutting the black armored troopers down before they even know what's going on. The dolls soon take the position that the enemy once occupied and begin providing us with cover fire. The Dandegate flies up to Helena, who seems unhappy. The spherical defense systems begin to glow. The Dandelion seizes control of them before they can finish charging up. Nap time for bad kids. You... Before she can finish, the three spheres glow and then revert to their box form, which encloses Helena. Zhao Hui, go now! Got it. Zhao Hui throws out a grappling line and immediately springs towards high ground while Dion and Jang Yu rush towards Centauracy. Run! Everyone breaks into a mad dash, with Centaurace and Macchiato pinning them down. The enemy's volume of fire is significantly reduced. I'm running at the group's head while Kulfin and Helena follow close behind me. Dion and Jangyu bring up our rear. As we approach Centaurace, I notice the flickering of flashlights in the tunnel off to our side. Master, incoming enemy reinforcements. It's in my blind spot. I can't hit them. Cover the commander. Dion and Jangyu immediately rush to the head of the group and turn to face the enemy reinforcements. Jangyu presses on my shoulder to get my head down, while she and Dion block the bullets from the side. The two dolls mount a fighting retreat away from the enemy. Dazzling flashes of light erupt as bullets splinter and fragment against their frames, but they grit their teeth and continue returning fire. Looking up, I see that Zhao Hui has taken the Helena box out of the air, and she is using her grappling line to rake the enemy with fire one. Wait. My mistake. Her grappling line to rake the enemy with fire one-handed. There we go. As she swings through the air, briefly throwing them back. Go now. As the enemy fire falters, we begin another sprint towards Centaurace's location. Zhao Hui makes a hard landing beside us, and the Dandegate follows closely behind her. Centaurace, use this. Macchiato picks up a smoke grenade from one of the black armored corpses and tosses it to Centaurace. The two of them prime their smoke grenades and throw them out. The two smoke grenades hit the ground, and clouds of white smoke obscure us. Everyone gets behind cover. Perhaps it's because they can't see us anymore, but the enemy gunfire suddenly stops. Centaurace, Wa 2000, Macchiato, Wawa. Thank you for your support. I'm called Macchiato now. It was an honor. Miss 95 and 97. Are you alright? We're fine. Our frames are still functional, but we should leave ASAP. I look at the dolls. Dion's shoulder and head are damaged, while Jangyu has two big holes in her thigh. Centaurace and Macchiato help them onto the platform elevator. Kulfin holds a panting Helena as they make their way forward, while Zhao Hui struggles with dragging the heavy box on her back. I run onto the elevator too. It groans and rumbles before slowly grinding into movement. The dolls keep their weapons pointed the way we came, but no enemies follow us. The thunderous gunfire that surrounded us just now has suddenly vanished. The surroundings are quiet except for the noise of the elevator. The Bujum ate them. For some reason, I don't feel the joy of narrowly escaping death. On the contrary, a sense of foreboding fills my mind. Sharkri, are there any enemies at the position we entered from? Not right now. Are you sure? This is important. Sharkri's been watching through a telescope all this time. Alright then, start the ignition. We'll be there in 5 minutes. You have a vehicle outside? Yeah, it was supposed to be a surprise gift. A gift? But... Macchiato, bad news. I'm seeing tons of IFVs headed towards your location. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Isn't that all the IFVs we saw just now? What should Sharkri do? Prepare to engage. Commander, there are IFVs trying to intercept us. I should have known they wouldn't let us go so easily. Master, I have a plan. Oh, that was an intense situation. That black helicopter looks just like how I remember it, fleeing pursuit. Adjutant Lentine, look out. The red-haired woman is caught off guard by the green-clad doll suddenly jumping across her path and forgets to duck. Kenny tackles Lenting to the ground, and the bullets that would have hit her square in the chest instead slam into the man's back plates. The other troopers immediately stop shooting and drag the two of them into safety. The woman gets to her feet and immediately checks on the squad leader's wounds. Kenny, are you alright? Hell if I know. She quickly inspects the plates where he was struck and finds a bullet stuck between two of his ballistic plates. Get up already. It's not going to get you pregnant. The woman kicks the squad leader. After realizing he wasn't injured at all, Kenny scrambles to his feet. Lentine pays him no further heed. Instead, she peers out from behind their cover. The smoke cloud is fully spread out. She can't see anything. Adjutant, we lost sight of the target. Should we pursue? Give me a casualty report. We've got 12 KIA and 25 WIA. Losses are serious. God damn motherfuckers. After them. I want them all to burn in hell. Calm down, Adjutant. We're at a huge disadvantage fighting dolls at this range. Lentine trembles with rage. She pulls out a cigarette and takes a deep drag from it to calm herself down. After a brief period of contemplation, her reason wins out over her emotions. Bravo. Evacuate the wounded. Everyone else from the other teams who can still move, form up into a squad and follow me. We're heading up to the surface to wipe them out. Once we get out of the underground levels, blow all the charges. Yes, ma'am. Kenny, have everyone from Echo who's still alive drive the IFVs over to block off the exit. I don't know why I can't pronounce that every time. IFVs over to block off the exit those dolls are using. Stop them no matter what, even if it means having to physically hit them with your cannon barrels. I'll contact them right away. The attack and losses sustained have far exceeded anything she had expected. Meanwhile, it's very hard for her not to imagine what has happened here after looking at the corpse of the Bujim in the deep pit and that of the woman in black outside it. What the hell am I even fighting for? Lentine mutters to herself, a mix of emotions in her heart. Then she casts aside her cigarette butt and vanishes into the darkness of the tunnels with the rest of her men. This is Rhino 4 hailing Rhino 1. We picked up Echo and are heading for the tunnel entrance. The few remaining black armored troopers file into the IFVs. Their rear hatches close up and their engines roar loudly. One copies. We're falling behind you, ready to cover you anytime. The two IFVs stop at the entrance of the tunnel. It is wide enough that they can drive into it side by side. The remaining three IFVs are parked outside the entrance, flanking it with their autocannons pointing into the opening. All their targeting optics are riddled with bullet holes, forcing the crew to pop their hatches and physically review their surroundings. The vehicle's headlights turn on. One of the vehicle commanders signals an advance, and the two lead IFVs drive into the tunnel. Rhino 4, let the infantry scout the surroundings. Don't let yourselves get flanked and ambushed. 4 copies. They're on high alert. I just realized there are male and female soldiers. You can tell by the armor. The black armored men emerge from the vehicle, guns held at the ready as they eye the area around them. This is Lentine. The enemy is taking the elevator up. Head to the top elevator landing and intercept them. Smash them to bits. 4 copies, Adjutant. You heard her. Pick up the pace. Copy. Accelerating now. The IFV picks up speed. crushing crates and corpses underfoot. The black armored troopers notice that the crushed corpses have Magna security written on their gear, but their rapid movement soon carries them out of sight. Stopping at the end of the tunnel, the IFV's headlights cast a clear glow ahead while the elevator platform noisily makes its way up the shaft. The spinning yellow lights and alarm klaxons are a constant reminder to the IFV's crew and compliment that the elevator is about to arrive. The elevator platform is stacked high with various crates. The IFVs turn their turrets to cover it as it comes into everyone's view. Open fire! Open fire! Roger, commencing attack. While they can't see the enemy's positions, the IFV's gunners pull the triggers on their hand stations without hesitation. The IFV's autocannons and coaxial machine guns open up in unison, the tremendous power of their large caliber rounds shredding the boxes and crates on the platform to pieces. The autocannon rounds even pierce the platform itself and turn its center into Swiss cheese. The plumes of smoke from the gunfire cover the entire platform, and it is only after 10 odd seconds of this withering barrage that the IFVs finally cease their attack. Ceasefire, ceasefire! Do you have visual contact? Unable to determine. There's no way anyone could survive the. A sharp blade slashes through the neck of the speaking trooper. He stares incredulously. There we go. Incredulously at the maid attired doll who has appeared behind him. Words. Blood spurts from his severed. Damn it! Carotid and jugular. He tries with all his might to stop the bleeding but fails, and he collapses limply through the turret hatch and into the vehicle's interior. Ambush! Ambush! Drop off your troops! Ah! Another doll descends from the ceiling, landing heavily on the turret. The crewman nearest to her tries to pull out a pistol and shoot, but she kicks his head so hard it spins a full 360 degrees around his neck. Jesus, this is so good. I do wish there were more cutscenes though. But picture that right now. That's how hard she kicked him. He's looking backwards right now. What the hell's going on? Report. We've been ambushed. Disembark and form up now. Like, yeah, no. Those guys are dead. Don't shoot. We'll capture one of the IFVs and wipe out the rest of the enemies. Roger that. Commencing operation. Well, this isn't going to take long, so. But, yeah. I'm actually, well, I guess we can't leave Lentine alive because she's angry that we killed, like, a lot of her men. Like, a lot of her men. But, like, I like Lentine and Kenny. What the heck? That lead is using some kind of ability. Oh, it didn't matter. Needs more iced tea? You mean more macchiatos? Thanks, Centuracy. Those autocannons would have shot us to bits if it wasn't for your warning. Climbing up a tiny platform was a piece of cake. Those people were totally underestimating us. Just before the IFVs arrived, the dolls had already carried me and jumped up the elevator landing, where we hid in a side tunnel. Meanwhile, Jiangyu and Centuracy lay in ambush on the ceiling, waiting for the enemy to deliver themselves into our net. There was no way those enemies would have given up so easily. Macchiato engaged their IFVs when we arrived here, so my guess was that they would have used them to head us off. You can thank yours truly for destroying their optical systems. Otherwise, they would have never exposed themselves like they did. Good point. We would have had a much harder time if they had buttoned up their vehicles. Buttoned up their vehicles. Those metal boxes are a real pain. Seeing how proud Macchiato looks, I nod in her direction to show my approval. Still, staying here is too dangerous. I gesture for the dolls to gather up so we can begin planning our next move. Thank you, everyone. You were a godsend. Come on, let's mount up. I'll handle the driving. Miss Dandelion, would you mind helping me download some driving software? On it. That's gotta be so convenient. Don't know how to drive a certain type of vehicle? No problem. Just download the software into your brain. Centeracy climbs into the driver's seat while the other dolls chuck the corpses out of the vehicle before filling up the passenger compartment. Centeracy finishes downloading the IFV's driving software just as everyone finishes taking their places. Just as she begins to reverse, however, a massive explosion comes from deep within the underground complex. Damn it, they must be trying to blow up the place. Hurry, we need to get out of here. Yes, Master. Centeracy floors the accelerator on the IFV and it lurches forward. The tunnel behind the IFV begins to disintegrate in its wake and chunks of debris fall from the ceiling like stone rain. Rhino 4, come in, Rhino 4. Echo Team, do you copy? It's funny, looking at her more and more, she also reminds me a bit of Vera from PGR. I think they're all dead. Son of a bitch! All the remaining Rhino units, listen up. Seal off this tunnel exit. The tunnel is collapsing faster and faster, but Centeracy is already driving as fast as the IFV can go. From her perch inside the turret, Macchiato spots more IFVs waiting to ambush us, but there's no way we can slow down now. Chakri, get over to the tunnel exit right now. We need backup. Go with plan 1. Weapons free. Weapons free. Eh? Is it time for Chakri's exciting performance at last? Yay! We slam into a wall of lead from the IFVs outside the tunnel, forcing Macchiato to duck back inside the turret. In front, bullets, cannon shells, and all manner of ordnance throw up an endless rain of sparks as they ricochet off the IFV's armor. Behind us, the collapsing tunnel surges forward to consume us all. Suddenly, a tremor of whirling blades shakes the air from behind the IFVs that are outside the tunnel. A helicopter armed with rocket pods has just arrived in attack position. It's a chopper! There's an attack chopper out there! Oh, what? Hang on, we're almost there. The black-clad soldiers are running through the wilderness at top speed. The exit behind them belches flame from the demolition charges that they sprint towards the other one. Quick, shoot it! Shoot it! Oh, wow. Yeah, no, they're done. The IFV's turrets begin swiveling, but it's too late for them. As you can see, the helicopter hovers in midair, and then a volley from its rocket pods turns the IFVs into burning wreckage. The IFV from inside the tunnel roars out into the open air and bashes the flaming wrecks aside, trailed by explosions which completely destroy the tunnel in its wake. As the flames chase it, the IFV carries on towards a small hill in the distance while spewing black smoke. The helicopter gracefully banks to the side and flies past us, landing on the hill where we're headed. Once we get there, Centeracy puts on the brakes and I emerge from the IFV. While I can barely open my eyes because of the downwash and grit, what I do manage to see still shocks me to the core. Nothing could be more familiar to me than the black helicopter before me. except perhaps for the worn but still legible insignia on its side, the shield of G&K. Get to the chopper. Yes. There's no time to admire it though. The dolls pop the IFV's hatches and begin climbing towards it. I help the dolls push Helena and the box into the cabin. In the distance, the black armored troopers have also gotten to the high ground on their own. The woman who leads them anxiously gazes at the helicopter in the distance. God damn it! We won't be able to catch up with them. Kenny, do we have any rocket launchers? We do. Bring that chopper down. Give me a pair of binos. The woman takes the binoculars that one of her men hands her and looks through them at the helicopter. Range is 260 meters. Fire when ready. Through the binoculars, she sees the dolls pulling a human into the cabin. The human takes a seat on the lip of the passenger compartment. Lentine ups the magnification on her binoculars, but when she sees the man's face, she suddenly freezes. She knows. Isn't he from Frankfurt? She immediately changes her mind and gives another order. Cease fire! Huh? However, the squad leader has already pulled the trigger. A rocket streaks out towards the helicopter. The helicopter immediately pulls up, trying to bank out of the path of the rocket. However, the intersection of its course and that of the missile has sealed the fate of the group on the helicopter. Firing. 2 shots ring out, piercing the rocket and throwing it off course, where it explodes in midair. What the hell? The shockwave from the rocket's explosion shakes the helicopter, but the pilot soon levels it out. It continues picking up speed, trying to get out of this godforsaken hellhole. We still have hostiles nearby. Find them. The helicopter is still in range. Should I keep going? As Kenny barks orders to his men, he raises another rocket launcher, awaiting Lentine's response. All units, take cover and wait for further instructions. Upon hearing the order, the black armored troopers obediently remain still and make no further movements. In the distance, the helicopter picks up speed and fades from sight. Meanwhile, the hidden shooters do not reveal themselves. So they were just covering the escape. Then 2 gunshots, 2 people. She shoves the binoculars back into Kenny's hands, then takes out a cigarette and lights it. The surviving men in black remain silent, as though waiting for Lentine's next order. A moment later, she throws the cigarette aside without so much taking a drag on it and turns to address Kenny. Contact HQ and tell them the mission is complete. Then inform personnel and have them pay out the maximum compensation to our fallen men. Kenny nods. When writing your combat report, attribute all our personnel and material losses to the battle with the Bujum. Do not mention anything about the battle with those dolls. What? Then find the most reliable underground broker you can. I need information. Lots of information. With that, Lentine heads into the distance, ignoring Kenny's questions. The sound of the world begins to fade away as she loses herself in thought. There was only one thought left in her mind. Why? 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 Driven by that thought, she sets out on a mission of her own. Damn. Like, yeah. So she lost, like, most of her men. YMCA. So she might become a problem later. We'll see. We'll see. This wasn't technically our fault, because it's not like, we had personal vendettas against each other, but the upper brass sent her on this mission knowing full well what would like probably go down, and they still did it. I mean, they still sent her, but she still just might be angry regardless at us for losing so many of her men. Safe house. Here you can freely share your secrets. The helicopter rises through the clouds and reaches its cruising height. I get back inside the cabin and close the door, whereupon the active noise canceling system is installed in all Griffin helicopters engages and excludes all outside noise. The silent surroundings make me realize that I've left the combat zone, and it is only then that I realize that my hands are trembling, a feeling that is slowly rising up my arms. I clench my fists, doing my best to stabilize my heart rate, and then I begin considering the current situation. Based on what I saw just now, the involvement of Paradus, those PMC troops, and that other Helena are all very unnatural. What on earth is Dandelion trying to pull? Why is she trying to steer all this? I look at the flying Dandegate and think about how to get a straight answer out of her. That missile headed at us clearly did not explode for no reason. It's true, it's like, who did that? It couldn't be Springfield or anyone else because she's back at the cafe. From its trajectory and the position where it exploded, someone must have shot it down. In other words, someone secretly saved us. But who could have done that? I ponder the question, but can't come up with anything. Since I have no evidence or proof to support it, all I can do is set it aside for now. So, where shall we go next? I'll ask Centaurécy and Macchiato later. I'm sure they have plans of their own. Should I continue with this transport mission? I look at the box and the other, Helena, who looks just like the one I know but acts completely different. Once we get to a safe place, I'm going to have a good long chat with her about what happened before we got to her. After this brief period of contemplation, I look around the inside of the cabin. There is a standard issue Griffin transport helicopter. Judging by its stability in flight and the normal operation of its noise cancellation, this chopper has most likely been maintained at active duty spec from 10 years ago. While the fittings are a little old, they're all pretty much standard issue from back then. Even the first aid kit is in the same place. Macchiato heads over to the co-pilot seat and talks to a doll I've never seen before about our flight path. Centaurécy takes the first aid kit from under the seats and begins treating the wounds of the dolls who were damaged in the battle just now. The dolls begin exchanging their names and rejoice over surviving that battle just now. I look at Colvin. She's trying to strike up a conversation with the other Helena, but the latter does not respond in any way, only looking down at the box. She looks uneasy, but I can tell that she's trying to rein in her emotions. She's been secretly observing everyone since we got to the helicopter and thinking about something. The box has been secured to the cabin floor. Zhao Hui looks worriedly at it, then looks up at the hovering Dandegate. Say, this box isn't going to suddenly change back to its sphere form, right? I've already assumed direct control over the box's authorizations. That said, its occupant might be able to take back control. Who knows? Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly looks up and addresses the Dandegate in an earnest voice. She is already gone. I can no longer sense the lurking unclean. So she's gone. The Dandegate flies in front of the girl's face, its mono eye focusing on her. but the face reflected in its glassy depths does not change. Looks like there's no more danger then. Lucky us. But she has left her burden behind. The box cannot be opened for now. Why? Are you afraid she will replace you? You should not do that if you do not want her to die. After saying that, the girl lowers her head once again and remains silent, no longer listening to Dandelion's teasing. With a sigh, I look away from their conversation to the dolls. Centaurace has just finished binding Dion's wounds, so I approach them and ask about their condition. Dion, Jangyu, are you alright? You don't have to worry, Commander. They were merely flesh wounds. Yup, a band-aid or two and we'll be just fine. She says that, but I remember him specifically saying there were holes through their legs and stuff. Dion's injuries aren't particularly bad, but Jangyu has suffered a penetration injury through and through to her leg, yeah. So Centaurace kneels before her and begins administering first aid. Well, we know how strong her legs are when she kicked that guy's head, 360. She carefully extracts the bullet and its fragments, then fills the wound channel with packing epoxy and applies a synth-skinned patch over the entry and exit wounds. Jiangyu limbers up her leg, then nods happily to Centaurace in gratitude. Seeing as Centaurace has finished first aid for them, I decide to ask her the question that's been on my mind. So, what's the deal with this helicopter? Kinda slow on the uptake, aren't you, Commander? Can't you tell that this is a present that your subordinates prepared for you? The Dandegate shifts its position to directly over my head. I try to look up, but I can't see her. Is that true? Centaurace puts the tools back into the first aid kit, then looks up at me with a smile. Indeed. We heard that you were working in the yellow zones all this time, so the manager and everyone in Zucchero decided to chip in and get this for you. We were planning to present it to you when you came to the satellite city. However, the situation was urgent, and we needed to get here ASAP, so we had to give it to you this way. Do you like it, Master? Don't you just love it when your dolls get you presents? Especially when it's a helicopter. The sudden surge of emotions leaves me unsure of what to say next. As nostalgia assaults my brain and I look around, I feel like I've gone back 10 years in time. But after seeing the box on the ground and Helena beside me, I realize that I'm no longer in the past. Thank you, everyone. Don't forget to thank Springfield. It took her a lot of effort to acquire this transport helicopter. After Macchiato finishes talking with the pilot, she heads in from the pilot's cabin and takes a seat opposite me. Did she? And your name now is Macchiato. That's my name now. Make sure you remember it. In her assumed way. I will, Macchiato. Is Springfield with you too? Yes. Manager is waiting for us in CHE02. Che-2. Che-2. It's one of the satellite cities on the escort route. I look up at the Dandegate. It pretends that it didn't notice me looking. We should be safe now. Would you like to contact the manager? Ah, yes, we should. Please put me through. Centaurace adjusts the transmission frequency and patches the signal into my earpiece. Soon, I hear a familiar voice through it. Oh my, Commander. It's been a while since we last spoke. And look at her too. She's in her battle attire. She's battle ready. There's a reason why Springfield is their leader at the cafe. Yes, yes it has. Sorry for making you go to all this trouble. Now, no need to stand on ceremony, Commander. Are things going well on your end? I guess not. You're as funny as ever, Commander. Judging by the fact that you're speaking to me over this channel, I take it you've already received your present? Yes, although I have no idea how you managed to hold it for so long. It's definitely a big gift, though, and it's definitely appreciated. That's good to hear. I'll make preparations to receive you at the cafe. The cafe? I see. Speaking of which, I brought a rather complicated bunch of guests with me. Will it be convenient for you? Miss Dandelion has already told me the details of the situation. As for those Helenas, they'll need special care. You may need to make some preparations before coming to the cafe. Preparations, you say? I understand. Oh yes, regarding the Elmo, I've explained the situation to Miss Mei Ling and asked her not to worry. You don't need to worry about the rest. I've already told the staff members what to do. Just get some rest along the way. We'll deal with any problems that come up when you arrive at Zucchero. Well, that's Springfield for you. She's already taken into account all the things that were worrying me. I nod, then end the call after thanking her. As I take in the view outside the window, a wave of fatigue suddenly washes over me. Apparently, the sense of security I felt from knowing that I was surrounded by my dolls led me to relax unconsciously. Forgot to update at home. Internet go slow here. Oh. I lean against my seat and close my eyes, allowing my consciousness to drift into the depths of my mind. Commander. Commander. An indistinct voice speaks into my ear. It sounds like Helena. I force my heavy-lidded eyes to open and focus my sight on the white-haired girl before me. There seems to be a film of condensation over my field of vision. I was gonna say, everything looks kind of like water brushed or in this. Helena? Commander, we've arrived. I move my slightly stiff joints. I hadn't been expecting to be sleeping so soundly. Then I look around. Helena's the only one here. Everyone else is gone. Where is everybody? Commander. She bursts into tears. There, don't cry. What happened? I fumble a little as I try to wipe her tears, but she ends up grabbing my wrist instead. I never imagined a child could be so strong. I can't break free of her grip. Commander, save me. The Helenas, deceived, lies. Don't worry, if nothing else, you'll be safe by my side. But if you need my help, then you need to tell me everything, okay? Helena is still sobbing, but she nods. Suddenly, her pupils dilate and the strength fades from her hand. I use this opportunity to regain control over my wrist. Right after that, white mist floods in from outside the helicopter. Helena begins muttering to herself as though she's been summoned by something. Helena won't... I'm not traitor. Before she can finish, she turns and rushes into the mist. I reflexively follow her. As the mist clears, I grind to a halt as I see a seemingly endless expanse of epitheliums before me. Countless Helenas are walking forward through the flowers. Just a door in the middle of nowhere. The epiphyliums bloom and petals fall like rain. This beautiful scene is indescribably eerie. Helena! And then there were two. My voice shatters the silence of the Helenas. As one, they instantly turn to look at me with vacant eyes. Only one of them has the same sad look on her face. You should not have come here. Then leave with me. We'll go together. Helena shakes her head. My destiny is here. Destiny? To hell with destiny. A thought flashes through my head. For some reason, I feel like if I let go of Helena, I'll lose her forever. You are kind, Commander. What on earth are you saying? I pick up the pace until I reach Helena. I need to get her out of this creepy place. I'll physically drag her away if I have to. However, no matter how much strength I use, Helena refuses to budge. The kind die, but you must live. You are a fool is what she meant? Listen, we get the job done. Helena picks an epiphylium beside her. The soft, lovely flower instantly transforms into a sharp blade that gleams coldly, and she stabs it into my heart without hesitation. I can't dodge the blow, but my chest doesn't hurt. It just feels cold. Helena weeps, and my consciousness grows hazy. I bolt upright like I've been electrocuted. After gasping heavily for seconds, I realize the Dandegate is perched on my chest. That must have been where the coldness came from. Were you dreaming? Upon seeing that I'm getting up, the Dandegate hops off my chest and takes to the air. I turn to look at the girl in the corner, then at the box, and quietly sigh. More like a nightmare. I think I was too tense. I'm okay now. Dandelion flies a circle around my head before descending before my face again. As long as you're fine. Get ready. We're about to land. I look outside the window again. The helicopter is approaching the city. The doll who Macchiato called Sharkery is speaking into the communicator. It seems she's talking to the local air traffic controllers. Looking down, I notice that despite us heading straight for the city, the air defense emplacements on the walls are not tracking us, as though we're old friends. That takes me by surprise. It implies that this helicopter has been legally registered and has permission to use the city's airspace. The cost of obtaining such permission might actually be greater than the price of the helicopter itself. That's true. That makes so much sense. But that means we can come and go as we please in this helicopter. Nice. You see how they're setting things up? The helicopter slowly descends as we near the city, until we end up touching down on a small helipad near the city walls. After stepping out of the helicopter, the massive quarantine walls fill my line of sight. As I look around, I notice that all the nearby security cameras are facing elsewhere, as several men in police uniforms approach us. Macchiato moves up to meet them and stuffs several black cards into their hands. The men nod before heading towards the helicopter. They walk past us as though we were invisible and enter the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter lifts off and flies elsewhere. Come with me, Commander. Miss Dion, Miss Jiangyu, Miss Zhaohui, Sharkery will take you to the Zucchero Cafe. It is a safe place where you can rest for a while. Commander? Go rest. I'll come by afterwards. Dion nods and the trio of dolls head into a passage with Sharkery. Meanwhile, Macchiato enters a passcode into a nearby door before beckoning me over. I enter it with her, followed by Kulfin, who is holding Helena's hand. Centerace is at the rear of the group carrying the box on her back. After passing through a rundown maintenance passage and taking a cargo elevator into an underground area, we arrive at a small storage unit. There is a 6-seater light truck inside it. We mount up in silence and drive it out of the storage unit. As we emerge from the underground area, the sunlight hits my face. I don't know if they've shown off this area before. It's a stage. Yeah, it is. It is sunset now, and the truck slowly climbs in a long spiral from the sublevels of the satellite city towards a higher elevation. As we go deeper into the city, more and more lights come on. It seems they're celebrating some sort of festival. Helena's eyes are drawn to the lights of the city. She seems to be trying to greedily devour them all in her gaze. At least she's smiling again. All this must be fresh and new to her. I can practically sense the excitement and eagerness boiling in her heart. However, when she looks back inside the truck and sees the box and the floorboards, her eyes go dull again. She notices that I'm looking and turns to look me in the eye. On my part, I do not shy away from meeting her gaze. Then her mouth opens as though she wants to say something, but then she hesitates. Instead, she turns away, looking neither at the city nor the box, but at her feet, and she seems to be waxing thoughtful. An hour and 2 more changes of vehicles later, Macchiato drives into a skyscraper, whereupon we dismount and get into an elevator. As its doors open, we are greeted by a bright yet completely sealed room. Springfield is there. Clearly, she has been waiting for us for quite a while. Welcome, Commander. Did you enjoy your trip? And here I thought we'd run into a blockade or be subjected to a thrilling car chase. Looks like I was overthinking things. It would be terribly rude to subject you to something like that after you came all the way to Chetu. Well, that's our reliable cafe manager for you. Speaking of which, this isn't Zucchero, is it? I look around. We appear to be in a very high-end safe house, packed with all kinds of comms equipment and weaponry. Even the walls have been reinforced with ballistic armor plating. You live like this? Yes. But of course, this is one of our hiding places. It used to be a high-end apartment. I've renovated the interior, I've renovated the interiors, so it should be quite secure against internal and external threats. After considering how important this little miss might be, I thought that it would be best to put everyone up here. Well done, Springfield. You really did think of everything. Looks like I made the right choice in picking you as our first stop. The Dandegate comes to a halt in front of Springfield and projects Dandelion's face. Why, if it isn't Miss Dandelion, I thought she'd be coming in person. But this body of yours... Oh, you know how it is. The commander couldn't spare me a proper frame, but wanted me to risk my life while slaving away for him, so I had no choice but to make do with this Dandegate for now. Oi, that's enough nonsense out of you. Still the same old Miss Dandelion, it seems. Anyway, please help me charge up this Dandegate. Its battery must be on its last legs after a whole day of flying around. I think I'll go take a rest myself. I'll leave the rest to you guys. The Dandegate flies above Springfield, and with a snap, it powers down and falls into her hands. Springfield finds a wall socket and plugs the Dandegate into it. Then she dusts her hands off before smiling at us. There's a room for everyone here. Let's all relax and take a break, yes? Springfield walks up to the girl. Now, as for you, Miss Helena, if you don't mind, would you allow us to lend you a hand? The girl doesn't answer, and Colfin directs a pleading gaze at me. It's fine. Let them handle it. You should get some rest too. We'll meet in the hall later. It is only after hearing me speak that Colfin lets go of Helena's hand. Centaurecy leads Colfin to one of the rooms and escorts her inside. Springfield smiles and holds a hand out to Helena. The latter doesn't take it, but she eventually nods after hesitating for a moment. Springfield then turns to say a few things to Centaurecy before the two of them lead Helena into another room. Before they leave, Springfield turns to speak to me. Commander, you should go rest up. We'll contact you once we clean her up. Right. After Springfield and company leave, the only people left are me and Macchiato. Macchiato's just like, finally. Let me take you to your room. Please do. Macchiato leads me forward, then stops in front of a door. I open it and see a guest room within. It's not too big, but is luxuriously appointed, and there is a shower and bathroom inside. This is a really fancy place. I guess that's a high-end apartment for you. So in other words, they're in Manhattan. The one I bought is way better than this. While blushing. Huh? You've got a place of your own? Of course. Look, Commander, and I'm just saying, if... It's nothing. Go bathe. You smell like a fire. Okay, I'm going now. Yeah. She was definitely alluding to, like, if you need a place to stay or this or that, you can come to her place. Old Smoky. Damn. That's just my deodorant. Old Smoky. I enter the room and Macchiato closes the door with a click. I sigh heavily, then take off my jacket before lying down on the bed. While I still feel very tired, sleep is long in coming. After tossing and turning a few times, I decide to clean myself up and enter the bathroom for a shower. The clean room and comfortably warm water make me realize that I haven't been treated this well in a long, long time. As I spray myself with hot water from the shower head, I think back on the things that happened before this. One thing's for sure, I don't regret anything that happened. I feel much more refreshed after exiting the shower and drying myself off. Then, it's on with my clothes and back on the bed again to await Springfield's summons. Just as I'm about to fall asleep again, after many minutes, I finally hear Springfield's voice from my terminal. Commander, is now a good time? We finished preparations on our end. I throw on my jacket and head outside. As I do, I see Springfield and the others waiting for me in the main hall. I notice that Helen is sitting on a sofa. The grime and bloodstains from earlier have been cleaned off, and she's wearing a fresh set of clothing. Nice abs. Just walks out there, shirt open. All the dolls can't help but just keep staring. They're like, Commander, we can't have the meeting like this. Colfin is sitting by her side while Springfield is seated opposite them. Macchiato and Centaurecy are watching us from a distance. Oh my goodness. Hold on. That is absolutely adorable. They should brighten her up in a moment. I glance over at Springfield and she moves aside with a smile. I walk up to Helena, then take a seat on the sofa opposite her. You look much prettier now. Helena blushes a little and then she answers in a very quiet voice. The nice ladies helped me wash up. Oh my goodness. When do we get this? Exactly. It's like, when do we get this? It was all thanks to Centaurese's hard work. As for the clothing, the only thing we had which was remotely in her size was Sharkery's outfits. Ha, that's funny. So we hope you like it. And even so, they still seem a little loose though. But they, like, fit. Well, at least she looks like a normal girl now. A normal girl, huh? I rest my elbows on my knees, then lean forward to study Helena for a moment before I begin speaking. Oh, we found Sharkery's son. Wait, what? I know you must have a lot of questions about us, just like how we have a lot of questions about you. I'm sure everything that happened just now must have come as a huge shock to you, but it's over now. So let's sit down and have a good chat. It wasn't much of a shock. Really now. Well, it wasn't much compared to what happened in the past. The girl frowns, and she looks up at me. I look back at her without flinching, and she decides to take the initiative. Who are you people, anyway? So if anyone's confused on why she's like this is the other Helena that we found down there. This isn't our original Helena. She's the one that's actually in the box right now. This is Helena D68. That's why they put that there. Where should I begin? Well, I'm just a perfectly ordinary bounty hunter, and these dolls are my ex-subordinates. They're all kind and friendly dolls, but I guess you already knew that. Helena looks at the dolls around her and nods. They're kind and friendly, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're good people. Why did you save me? Why did you bring me here? We were asked to escort Helena to a safe place where she could be cared for and protected. Escort Helena? I turn to look at the box on the ground. The girl's eyes follow mine. Someone handed that Helena to me, and so we ended up being attacked by all kinds of enemies each day, from Varjägers to Paradus, and now Magni Security. It's basically us against the world. Since you're Helena too, I had no reason to leave you there. Reason? Is this why you fought Paradus and those mercenaries? Paradus has always been our enemy. I wouldn't have spared them even if I hadn't been tasked to escort Helena. As for those mercenaries, I don't have any particular grudge against them. That said, I had no reason not to shoot back when they shot at me. I guess you can't trust us just yet, huh? Different Helena clones, yeah. I look up and give Springfield a look. She steps forward and addresses the girl. Don't worry, this is a safe place. I can guarantee you that those Niders and Unitates and Magni security people will not find you here. There's so many different groups. The commander here fought Paradus 10 years ago, so you can feel free to tell us if there's anything on your mind or if you have any questions. Miss Helena, can I call you that? Or is there a particular way you want us to address you? There are two Miss Helenas after all. It would be best to make a distinction if you're going to stay with the commander. There's no need for that. My Anby looks like Nekomata. Wait, what? Hmm. I won't be disturbing you for long. Do you mean you're going to leave soon? But where will you go? I'm very grateful to you for saving me, but I'll take care of the rest myself. I sigh heavily. It seems this girl isn't as pure and innocent as our Helena, but behind her face of grizzled independence are hints of a naive streak. I scratch my head, had a bit of a loss for how to go on from here. Even fighting 10 Mag-9 security combat teams at once would be less of a headache than this. I'm just not used to handling kids. After thinking for a moment, I decide not to beat around the bush. It's probably time to get straight to the point. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to remember things like this now. But the things we saw in that underground facility today, they might be linked to all of our pasts. And I want to sort this matter out. I want to uncover the truth, no matter what. So that what happened back there will never happen again. So can you tell me everything you know? About what happened down there? Why a village full of people would end up being snatched for use as test subjects? Why there was a Bujum and Niter down there? What kind of ceremony were they conducting? And why Helena, that is to say you, exists? Wait a minute, is this before bakery or after? This is after bakery. Yes. I'm pretty sure this is after bakery. Because bakery was... Hold on, now I'm trying to remember. Oh no. Was bakery... Bakery is before 1, I think. If I remember correctly. It's difficult to follow these Steins Gate timelines. It's like, yeah, bakery is another game in the Girls Frontline universe, for context and everything. I played it a bit while waiting for Girls Frontline 2 to come out, actually. So you can go back and see those videos. But yeah, this is definitely the most recent happenings right now. It's, yeah, that I know. The girl listens silently as I rattle off a string of questions. She listens earnestly, but shows no indication to answer them. After a long silence, she speaks at last. You shouldn't look any further into this. What do you mean? If you keep investigating, you'll end up like those people in the tanks. You'll end up dead because of me. I'll end up dead because of you? She's like, isn't that what I just said? Is that why you don't want to stay here? Because you're worried about that? She falls silent again. There's an anguished look on her face, one that I've never seen on Helena's face before today. Since they look identical, I can't help but compare her to the Helena who's been with us all this time. You look alike, but your personalities couldn't be any more different. She meets my gaze, then practically shouts what she's thinking. I don't know how powerful they are, but you won't be able to get out easily if you get mixed up in this. From the moment I learned Paradus was involved in this matter, I knew that there was no way I could just stand idly by. Why don't you understand? You knew I wasn't your Helena back then. Why'd you insist on taking me with you? You should have just taken your Helena. I just feel like you're all my Helenas. I told you before, right? Since you're Helena too, I had no reason to just abandon you there. That's literally our logic. You're also Helena, so you're coming with us. Because you're Sharkry's son. And even if you aren't Helena, there's no way I'd leave a child in a place like that. Stop pretending to be a good Samaritan. The things surrounding me are darker than you can imagine. There won't be a good end for you if you get involved in it. I was gonna make a darker than black joke, but no. Too many people have already died because of me. I can't have any more. Do you even understand what I'm saying? How dare you? I get it, yes, but we aren't going to die because of you. We need more, Lynn. You didn't kill those villagers, and neither did you kill those state sec agents. What? It's not your fault that they died. It's the fault of that cult and the people behind them. If you shoulder the blame for their sins, you'll just be letting the true masterminds get away with their crimes. He's right. Colfin, who has been silent all this time, suddenly stands up. Colfin? The followers of Paradus, they killed my sister, just like they killed the people in those tanks. They don't need a reason or motivation to hurt others. They do it because they want to. So I can't accept what you're saying. I can't accept how you're taking the blame for hurting others when it's clearly those cultists at fault. I don't know what happened. I don't even know who I should be hating. But I want to do something. I want to change something. That's why I've been staying by Helena's side, no matter which Helena it is. My sister is dead, and she's not coming back. But maybe, if I try hard enough, the people who would have suffered like my sister did won't have to be hurt. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying this to you. The air in the room goes silent. After saying her piece, Colfin sits back down and says no more. Thank you, Colfin. I look at Helena and I address her in as kind and as firm a tone I can manage. Running away won't solve anything, and running away won't stop tragedies like that from happening again. I'm sure you understand that. But don't take everything onto yourself. Also, don't look down on us. You saw how we took out that Bujim and those mercenaries, right? We'll uncover everything about the Helena incident. Considering how that Helena ended up in my hands, I'm pretty sure you know how determined we are to interfere in this matter. Helena D68 bites her lip. There seems to be a great struggle going on in her heart. Are you from State Sec too? Nope. But we can do more than they can. Helena D68 thinks for a moment, and then she speaks at last. Well, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. My memories are limited to what happened in that village. Nider and the Unitates called me Lord, and those villagers looked at me as a miracle created by God. They said I could help everyone find Kavitas, and then led everyone to freedom from pain and gain eternal life. Do you know what Kavitas is? No, I don't. But I heard that it's what everyone's been searching for. In order to find this Kavitas, they put me on those instruments and did all kinds of experiments on me. Experiments. More bloody experiments. Don't those Paradus bastards have a single original bone in their bodies? Commander, pardon me. What happened after that? After that, I learned that it was all fake. The villagers who were bathed in that so-called grace, they all became monsters. Colfin looks at me. So that's why Criphium. It all makes sense now. So that's the ceremony they were talking about. They controlled those monsters and turned them into the Bujims you were talking about. I could hear the wailing and lamenting in their hearts. The ceremony made them obedient to me, but all I could do was give orders as that woman dressed in black commanded me. I didn't want to do this anymore, but there was nothing I could do except pray each day for a miracle to happen. And then we showed up. And then, someone actually came to save me, as though they were answering my prayers. One day, a group of people who said the same thing as you came to the underground complex. They said they were StateSec agents, that they were going to save me. I was so happy then. They took me out of the tunnels. They told me to wait for their pickup in the village. But in the end, they never came. At that time, I didn't realize that they were probably in those tanks. I had nowhere else to go. My only company was the lingering spirits of the fallen. At that time, all I could do was pray. And then my prayers were answered again. Another me descended from the heavens, shining brightly. So our Helena was drawn to you by your prayers. So basically, they're calling to each other. The girl hesitates for a moment, and then she nods reluctantly. Yeah, I think she heard my call. The fact that these Helenas can speak to each other's hearts is something that's come up before. It seems the similarities between them and Paradus's old Naito, there we go. Research warrants further investigation. Oh yes, there's one more thing. Who exactly is that person who possessed Helena, that consciousness who was talking to us? Why did you say she betrayed you? Our minds once lived in the Sea of Flowers. Back then, there were many, many copies of us. But we were killed by that voice. The memories from the Sea of Flowers told me that she was the first Helena. She did not accept us and wanted to kill us. So she would become the only one of her kind. We once had the chance to escape, but because of her betrayal, we were cast out of the Sea of Flowers. If it wasn't because of her, if I had just been more determined back then. Helena clenches her fists. As she scrunches up her face, tears begin welling up in the corners of her eyes. I understand. All right, you've said enough for today. Go get some rest. My questions have been answered. What she said indicates that what happened before is essentially the same as what I theorized. Paradus took over a village, tricked its inhabitants into following their damn cult, used them as test subjects to fuse them with plants, which they later combined into a Bujim, then tried to use the Helenas, who could hear psychic messages, to control them. Yeah, basically the Helenas are they're a conduit, or an intermediate. Meanwhile, Niter and those cultists were responsible for protecting and controlling the Helenas. Magnai Security was responsible for ensuring the perimeter was locked down. This was a comprehensive biological experiment setup. While I don't know what the aim of all those experiments is, it's perfectly in keeping with Paradus's way of doing things. And that also makes me certain that those bastards haven't been completely stamped out yet. I'm also thinking that some of Paradise is within the like government as well too, because we've seen like they're doing strange things, and also we've got the evil dolls. Let us handle the rest. I promise you that nobody else will get hurt again. Colfin, stay by her side. Also, we need to check on the condition of the Helena in the box. It's because of alchemists. Will do, Commander. Springfield, please take care of them. We'll have to discuss our course of action going forward. Understood, Commander. Please leave it to me. Springfield nods to me, and then she turns to the sniffling girl. Miss Helena, you haven't told us how you'd like us to address you. I think Helena is probably just a code name. I don't think you'd want to be called that forever, right? I wasn't given a name. Then, how about you give this lovely little lady a name, Commander? A code like D68 isn't much of a name after all. Ah, you want me to do it? In that case, I scour my brain to try and come up with a nice sounding name for the girl before me. Betty, oh no. How does Melanie sound? It's not too bad. A guardian of souls, Melanie. I'm sure those infected villagers must have believed you could protect them, even in the direst of situations. I couldn't do it then. But she looks up at me. I think I understand the meaning behind that name. So now we have Melanie and Helena. It's like, yup. Please call me that from now on, Commander. This is an audio clip with the resource ID Wolf Numbers. They lied. There's no audio. It's just me. They've arrived safely. Our missing comrades were confirmed to be there as well, right? Yes, they were killed. But their deaths were not in vain, thanks to the commander's intervention. He's still as much of a busybody as always. Still, that's just how he is. You don't seem to approve. His methods are highly inefficient, though they are effective at times. I don't understand him, but so long as he doesn't interfere with our mission, I won't oppose him. Perhaps that's just how humans think? He's just like she was, always so pretentious and very infuriating at times. That's high praise coming from you. However, my assessment is that we haven't gone deep enough. Perhaps we need to establish more direct contact. Very well. Since you're the leader now, I will obey without question of consideration for the mission's efficiency. Still, don't forget our original objective. Alva. Yes, that was a whole, just one. We still got more to go. Baptism of memory. You are the most precious thing in those neurologs. The Council of Helenas. Yes, they're judging you. with with Melanie as like she's the head of the council. I'm sitting in the corner of the cafe, slowly sampling the coffee Centeracy has just brought me. After returning from the safe house, I had a loud and lively meal with the dolls, the first one in a long time. Centeracy and Springfield served up a scrumptious feast, and then the dolls and I had a long discussion about the past. Springfield told me about how the Zucchero was founded, while Dion recalled the adventure of Monsoon as they traveled between the satellite cities. There we go. Centeracy did her best to serve everyone, while Jiangyu and Zhao Hui were about to put on an impromptu performance before us, only to remember that their instruments and luggage were still at the train station. Springfield helped them contact the local authorities, and when they learned that the missing items would be shipped over to them, they were so happy that they dragged out Sharkery's stage. They dragged out Sharkery's stage to sing an off-key song. We cleared the tables once we were done eating, or rather, they did. I tried to help, but they shooed me away, leaving me no choice but to find a corner to sit down in. As the night wears on, the lights in the buildings outside gradually go out, and the clamor from outside the window slowly quiets down. I hold an exquisite mug in both my hands, savoring the warmth and fragrance of the coffee inside it. This sensation was commonplace 10 years ago, but for me now, it is a rare and precious thing. After all, this is the first time I've been reunited with my dolls after so long. My heart fills with mixed feelings as I watch them hard at work. While it's been a long time since it happened, I can still clearly remember the looks on everyone's faces when I announced that I was quitting Griffin. The confusion, the shock, the worry, and the protests. But at that time, I was utterly powerless. I couldn't even give them any acceptable explanation for what I had done. What makes me feel even more guilty is the fact that even after all this happened, after meeting everyone again, not a single one of the dolls has come over to ask this question. Why did you leave, Commander? It seems everyone still has that same unconditional trust in me, considering how easily they accepted the answer I gave. The one that couldn't even convince myself. In that case, what right do I have to stand in front of everyone like this now, acting as though nothing had happened? Springfield helped Centeracy return the dishes into the cabinet, then glances towards me. Apparently, she noticed the complicated look on my face, because she undoes her apron and walks over to my table before sitting down opposite me. What's wrong, Commander? You seem uncomfortable. Yeah. I feel a little conflicted. Is it because of Melanie? Ah, yeah. Well, that's part of it. As for the rest, Springfield continues watching me, and I can't continue speaking for a while. Would you mind if I ventured a guess? Go ahead. It feels like you're avoiding us. Just a little. You don't say much while you were eating. You didn't say much while you were eating either. Is there something you wanted to say just now, but couldn't? I take a deep breath. Try to gather up the courage to get the words out. I'm sorry. This apology has been far too long in coming, and I should have said it in front of everyone. But when I finally managed to build up the courage to face my past, the others didn't give me a chance to say it. You're sorry? Why are you apologizing, Commander? As I look at Springfield's smiling face, I realize that she understands everything. Yet, the fact that she's asking this question despite knowing the answer is strangely calming. She's like, and don't you ever do it again. I try to gather my thoughts and say what I've been keeping in my heart all this time. I'm sorry for leaving, and I'm sorry for that damn agreement. I pause, and after thinking for a bit, I continue speaking. I always thought that signing that agreement and leaving Griffin back then was the only choice I could make. I knew it might not have been the best choice, but if it meant that everyone could be safe, that you'd have a future, then it was a price that I would gladly pay. Springfield keeps watching me, waiting for me to continue. You know, I actually felt kind of relieved when I first came to the Yellow Zone. I guess it's a sign of how useless I am. I was arrogant enough to think that this was the way to give everyone a better future, and that I could escape from those inconvenient realities that I didn't want to face. I knew it was wrong, of course, but I couldn't muster up the courage I used to have in order to fight for what I knew was right. There we go. A lot of people died, yet I'm still alive. And the only reason why I survived is because countless dolls gave their lives for me. But do those sacrifices even mean anything? I haven't found the answer to that yet. And so, I've drifted through this chaotic world for the past 10 years, trying to find an answer that would put my heart at ease, that would prove I hadn't chosen wrongly. But the more I looked, the more lost I felt. I thought that turning my back on war meant that I would no longer be used. I thought that giving up what power I had would give everyone peace. But it was all pointless in the end. Oh yes, I was no longer being used, but that was because I was no longer of use at all. And even after giving up my rank and position, the mere fact that you were associated with me put you all in danger. In that case, what even was the point of giving it all up in the first place? You heard what I told Melanie just now. Even though I killed William with my own hands back then, Paradise is still going strong and still using innocent people in their inhumane experiments. And as for me, by giving up everything, I lost the power to change anything. You know, back in the day we used to be able to send choppers wherever, to deploy like 25 T-dolls at once. Even did it for the sake of a certain senior of mine. Nowadays, Mei Ling's got to scrounge up screws to turn them into nuts and bolts. After seeing all this, I really wanted to ask myself, hey, what the hell are you even doing? You made your choice, but you kept second-guessing yourself. Does someone like this even deserve to be called a commander? Do you think you're an Ernk? Whatever. A Ernk big shot who can get elected just by keeping a low profile? In the past, I still had the strength to change something, but now, all I can do is endanger you for the sake of putting up some petty resistance. And that is the only thing I can do. I pour out all the things I've kept in my heart for all this time. Springfield continues listening until there's nothing more to listen to. I raise my mug and take a drink to mask my loss of control. Springfield waits for me to calm down before she slowly begins to speak. I don't think you're running away from anything, and I don't feel you're using us. You're just pushing yourself. The you who left without saying a word. I finally gathered the courage to look up at Springfield. Her smile is gone, replaced by the stern and serious look that she rarely shows others. Or did you truly believe that we would forget you just because you left and we were bound by the agreement? That's not what I mean. Is it? Do you truly not think that way? Think carefully about your answer. It means a lot to me. Uh-oh, we're being chewed out by Springfield. Of course I didn't think you'd forget me. Upon seeing the look on my face, Springfield smiles again. Thank goodness, I felt the same way too. Pardon me, Commander. It seems I was a little impolite. With that said, you weren't the only one feeling lost during our 10 years apart. But even if we felt lost, we all tried our best to keep living our lives. We lived on while waiting for the day to come when we would meet again. Springfield twirls the tips of her hair around her finger, as though she's thinking about how to put her thoughts into words. So poetic. It's true that a lot of dolls left Griffin, and as a result, we've lost contact with a lot of our friends. But why do you think you're powerless now? That's because... Is it because you think that we wouldn't listen to your orders anymore now that we're no longer your subordinates? Springfield's words cut deep, but at the same time, they also cut to the heart of the matter. What right do I have to expect them to risk themselves for my personal goals? Indeed, what right do I have to demand that they get hurt in order to protect me? Commander, do you know what happened in the Griffin base the day after you said goodbye to us? What happened? Nothing. Nothing happened at all. We still gathered together, we trained together, ran simulated battles together, we uploaded our data together. All the squads were like that. Back then, you were no longer our commander in name, but we continued living the same way we did when you were in the base, as though you had never left. Then the next day came, and the day after that. Those days lasted a very long time, until Miss Kalina came to the base and told us that it was time we took the first steps of our own. She said that this is what you would have wanted, so we did it. In the past, you always said that you would be nothing without us. But the reverse is also true. If you hadn't raised us up the way you did, we wouldn't be our present selves either. To you, we were all special, unique individuals, and in our hearts, you were the same. This is a bond that we share with you and you alone. That bond has nothing to do with rank or position, and nothing can ever replace it. The reason why we could become Springfield, or Centaurecy, or Macchiato, it's all because you were there. Because yeah, all their names were essentially just code names or gun names. But now they all have names for themselves of their own. No, even without me, you'd... Springfield shakes her head. Have you heard the phrase, every man has two deaths? I think so. A human dies for the first time when their vital functions cease, and the other has to do with the heart. They die for the second time when they are completely forgotten. Yup. But it's not like that for dolls. Tactical dolls were made because they can never truly die, but that also implies that we are never truly alive either. Yandere alert? If that's the case, that's all of them. They'll never forget the commander, one and only. The only time we can come close to living is when we leave memories in the hearts of others, and this life becomes stronger the deeper and more irreplaceable those memories are. Without you, we would only be dolls you could see walking around anywhere on the street, filed under broad categories like cleaning type, combat type, or entertainment type, easily replaced and forgotten with the changing of generations. But you gave us the most important thing in the world. The one thing that makes us truly alive in this world. The unique memories that we share. I don't know if I'm making myself clear enough, but I hope you will understand what I'm trying to say, Commander. You've made yourself very clear, and you've helped me understand a lot of things too. But I must tell you this. If you choose to help me, you will lose everything. Perhaps even this Zucchero that you poured your heart and soul into may no longer exist. Are you all right with that? I like to think that agreement was a trial of sorts. It is a challenge for us and you, a way to test our determination to change the future. I am ready. I believe our friends are ready, and you are ready, and you... Are you ready, Commander? There we go. I believe our friends are ready. Are you ready, Commander? Are you ready to make up your mind, to bring about change? I reflected on everything I've experienced until now. The shadow of Paradise still looms over the world like storm clouds, and the big shots think that this land is just a sandbox they can toy with at their leisure, moving their pawns as they please. In that case, since I can't change anything through playing by the rules, why not just flip the table and make my own set of rules? Yeah. While there are still many unknown variables in play, in the end, I decide to use that simple word to make my promise to Springfield. Meanwhile, the Dandegate that has been floating lazily in the air slowly drifts over. My, oh my. You do have a silver tongue, Miss Springfield. Meanwhile, the commander writes off all my attempts at persuasion as making fun of him. Whatever shall I do? But that's because you really are making fun of me. Oh, how you have wronged me, Miss Springfield. I call for justice in my stead. Miss Dandelion is helping you in her own way, Commander. Also, it was thanks to Miss Dandelion's arrangements and timely communication that we were so successful in guiding you to the cafe. Is that so? How are things in the safe house? That midget doll has finished checking the box. The vital signs of the little miss inside are deteriorating. That's not good. While she's not in danger yet, she's probably going to experience organ failure like before. I hope that Kalina will be able to treat her after we reach Lviv. As for the other little lady, she's sleeping very soundly. It looks like she hasn't had a good rest in a long time. My mouse is actually blocking some of the words. Trina looking like a decent verse too. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Also, midget dolls. Yeah, like Colfin. Macchiato's watching over her. It's strange how willing she was to stay in the safe house and not attend the party. Even though Macchiato's been thinking about the commander all this time, I guess she got embarrassed about meeting him in the flesh. Is that so? She's playing it so coy. What about the information you gathered earlier? I'm working on it. What do you think I've been doing all this time? Ah. There's a lot of corporate data in there which needs to be restored, though. I'll let you know when I find a lead. Oh, the government drone doll? There's also, what's her name we need? Oh wow, crap. I just forgot her name. Oh no, it's right there. Our gothic Lolita doll that may or may not still be alive. After the dolls clear the tables, Centaurecy serves up a smorgasbord of snacks and drinks. At everyone's urging, I am dragged before the dining table once again. I feel much more relaxed after talking with Springfield, and my conversation with the other dolls flows much more naturally now. The Zucchero's warm welcome is most definitely a treat for the dolls' gustatory modules. It seems that no matter where it may be, Springfield's cafe is always able to help people forget their troubles and misery. The commander is the feast? Oh no. After Zhaohui clears the last plate of cookies, the curtain falls on this enjoyable little gathering. And now we have Zhaohui too. It's like new dolls. Miss Zhaohui, would you like another glass of chocolate milk? Centaurecy has appeared behind the bar once again, upholding her reputation as the Zucchero's star employee. No, thank you. I really can't eat anything else. Even with the digestive module installed, I don't think I can handle all that food at once. And there you go. Anyone who was... I know someone's out there wondering, wait, how can they eat and drink and... Yeah, they have different, like, inner makings and stuff and whatnot. They've all got RTX 6000s in them. I believe there is a digestive accelerant for regular food in the first aid kit, and I'll get it for you. There were cases in the past when Miss Sharkery ate too many snacks before a show, and had to use them to get her body back into its normal shape. Hey, don't go airing my dirty laundry in public. Oh, so that's what happened. There we go. All the SSRs have RTX 6000s. Everyone else has a 5090. Only regular SRs. But they're still all built different. It's just because Centaurecy's desserts are too yummy. If you like them, feel free to visit us at any time, Miss Zhaohui. In fact, if you end up becoming our house band and put on an event, you can even taste test the desserts that we're still developing. That sounds delicious. Big sis, let's come by and earn a good meal if we get the chance. We would be happy to help, provided it doesn't cause problems for the Zucchero. It's a deal then. Look at that. And they just got more performers for their cafe. I sit on the edge of the counter watching the dolls talk and laugh. A surge of nostalgia swells in my heart. I was a drifter ever since I left Griffin. The colorful bright days in my memories have been practically all washed out and replaced by endless missions, mutated elids, and the collapsed storm screaming through vast expanses of barren sand. Meanwhile, Those storms carried me further and further away from my path. Now that I intend to set foot on this road once more, can I still tell which way I should be headed? Up? It seems like destiny is calling. As my mind wanders, the phone on the counter rings. Springfield and Centeracy quickly exchange looks and their faces turn severe. There shouldn't be anyone calling at a time like this. Manager, want me to pick up? Let me do it. Springfield walks over to the counter and picks up the phone. Hello, this is the Zucchero. May I know? Manager Springfield, you asked me for coffee beans earlier. What exactly are they being used for? You shouldn't be using this line. You know it's not safe. You're being watched. How much time do we have? One day. I tried my best, but the opposition is far beyond me. I haven't revealed anything about the shipment to anyone on account of our past friendship. Therefore, I hope you will get rid of that shipment ASAP to avoid causing more trouble. I understand. The other party hangs up. The cafe is silent and the dolls all look at Springfield. What's going on? Someone is looking for the location of this cafe. Someone highly placed. Commander, our location might have been exposed. I'm sorry. I got you all caught up in this. No, it's not your... It's our fault for not being strong enough to properly take care of you. Just in case, we should relocate immediately. How much time do we have? 1 hour. Saying so, Springfield turns to the other dolls. Ladies, I apologize, but as of now, the cafe is entering sleep mode. Sleep mode? Do you mean... Springfield nods, her face stern. Centeracy, please lock the main door and close the blinds. Ensure all exits are secure. Sharkry, bring the truck over. We will be all gathering at the safe house. What's the plan? We still need to get to Lviv. I asked an intelligence broker to negotiate with the city security department. Once we've ensured that the surroundings are safe, Centeracy will escort you out of the city with a travel permit. However, you will need to hide in the cargo compartment of the truck later, as a crate of coffee beans. Can't say I have much experience with that. My reply is only half serious. Springfield chuckles and relaxes a little. I'll have Macchiato bring the girls over to meet you at the landing pad. The helicopter has been fueled up and it has takeoff clearance, so your upcoming journey ought to be quicker. What will you do after that? The Zucchero will be closed for a while to weather the storm. We will shift our intelligence gathering work to a more clandestine location. Once we've ensured everything is safe, I'll contact you through new means. In order to ensure clear communication, Centeracy will be traveling with you. She'll be following me? She'll be very helpful in combat and daily life. In addition, she is very familiar with the Zucchero's intelligence networks. I'm sure she will be very helpful by your side. Springfield's approving gaze makes you realize that they planned this out all ahead of time. I nod and signal my assent to Springfield's plan. Ladies of Monsoon, what do you intend to do now? Well, if you don't mind, we would like to serve under the commander again. Miss Dandelion said you're in great need of fighting strength now. Am I correct? There's no better pick than me, if there's fighting to be done. Isn't that right, Zahui? Well, it's not like you're good at anything besides fighting. As if. Alright then, I'll be counting on you all for your help in the future. Casting my doubts aside, I nod to the dolls. The dolls respond to me in kind, and they begin gearing themselves up. After checking all the exits, Centaurace returns to me, fully outfitted for battle. Her pistol and combat knife are hidden under her staffer's uniform, and her apron, a symbol of cleanliness, hides her spare magazines and grenades. There is a long, rectangular case by her feet. I know there is at least one Sturmgewehr 36 assault rifle in there. Strumgewehr, there we go. She gives me an earnest look, as though she wants to use her gaze to prove the reliability of Springfield's plan. Please come with me, Master. I'll be in your care for what comes next. I've just ensured each exit is secure. The truck is parked at the Zucchero's back door. We can move out anytime you're ready. Beep, beep, beep. What's the matter? It's an urgent call from the Elmo. Would you like to take it? Uh-oh. A call from the Elmo. Did Groza and the others run into trouble while trying to meet up with 404? A sense of foreboding fills my heart, and I scramble to pick it up. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect that the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What are their numbers and makeup? From what we can tell, the enemy are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles? Could it be Magni again? Have Mei Ling increase the Elmo's speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding coordinates. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo is currently in defense mode. Defense mode? Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need the exact coordinates. Groza quickly sends them over. From memory, I recall the rough layout of the region and give Groza a location. There is a pass 10 kilometers northwest of the Elmo, with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink their perimeter. Once you're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo will be more dangerous than that. Understood. As I respond to Groza's questions, I think as hard as I can about how to handle what is to come. As expected, picking up 404 didn't go as well as planned. Over a dozen enemies in IFVs is by no means a small amount, and Groza will probably have a hard time dealing with them by herself. However, the Helena escort mission is only half complete, and we aren't too far from Lviv. If we bring the girls back to the Elmo, escorting them there again will probably be much harder, considering that the enemy has already been alerted. Springfield seems to have seen through my worries, because she turns to me from where she's standing off to the side and speaks. Commander, please allow Macchiato and myself to escort Helena. What? I was plotting a course just now. The route to Lviv from here is covered by Zucchero's intelligence network. I'm also familiar with the inner workings of the Intercontinental Railway, so Macchiato and I can send that box in a clandestine way, and I'm sure Miss Dandelion will help me as well, right? Oh, what will I do with you? I suppose I'll just have to generate flawless fake IDs so you can board the train as VIPs. Please and thank you. You should take the other dolls and Miss Melanie on the helicopter with you. They'll be safer that way. So Melanie is coming with me too? Right now, there's nobody who's more suited to protecting her than you. Traveling with two Helenas would be too risky. Leaving her here isn't an option either. If everyone leaves, then they won't find anything even if they launch an investigation. Since you brought her out of the darkness and into the light, you should be prepared to take full responsibility for your actions. For our adopted daughter. You have a point. Since I've already decided, I'll contact Groza again and inform her of my plan. Meanwhile, Springfield studies the files in her hand and thinks about how best to handle the upcoming situation. Shakri, take the truck and bring everyone to the landing pad outside the city. You will be piloting the helicopter later, so do everything the commander says. Huh? But what about you, manager? I'll contact Macchiato. We'll prepare to send Helena over. We'll arrange for Colfin and Melanie to arrive safely at the landing pad. Aren't you coming with us, manager? But what about the Zucchero? As long as we're around, we can set up a Zucchero anywhere. Don't worry, I'll come find you on the Elmo once this mission is over. Commander, make sure you make room for the Zucchero's latest outlet, okay? I'll be waiting for you. I calm myself and look at the dolls with gratitude in my eyes. That familiar sense of security and confidence has returned to me. Thank you. I'm glad you're all here. The girls smile at me by way of response, and then we swing into action. Centeracy helps me open the door, revealing a truck with the Zucchero logo on it. Stay safe. I'll see you guys on the Elmo. All the best. We load up the truck, leaving Springfield behind. As the rear doors slowly close, I take one last look upon this place and the safe house which has sheltered me, even for just a moment. As the truck's engines revs up, I disappear into the coffee-scented darkness. We drowned in coffee beans. The end. We are one with the coffee beans. We are coffee beans now. Okay, so they're escorting Helena. We're taking Melanie with us. And Rosa and them are kind of surrounded right now. Well, being pursued. Not surrounded just yet. All right. I'm tempted to look to the side to see how many more there are. But no. Either way, we're finishing this. Nem nem. Uh-oh, look who it is. Sextons. Maybe we'll get some answers on what happened to Sextons as well, too. From, like, the main story chapters. Several hours earlier on the Elmo, Groza carefully examines Sextons, who has been trussed up like a Christmas turkey. There we go. Her frame is in ruins. Half of the synthetic skin on her face is gone, and her body lies limp in a way that can't even be described as human because not a single one of her joints is intact. Damn. Like, Sexton's got messed up. Besides her is Nemesis, who is keeping an eye on her with the gun in hands. Vepley. Oh dear, you won't be able to go on stage with makeup like that. Damn, Vepley. Really? Just pour salt in those wounds. I wish I could sock her a couple more times on her right side. That way her face would look even. Damn. This is our crew. Oh, you just don't get it, Crosha. Asymmetry is the latest trend now, like with stockings. I don't know a damn thing about trends, but I am a professional at beating dolls until they can't get up again. Vepley and Karolik's banter flicks past Groza's neural cloud, not even leaving a ripple in its wake. Groza pays them no mind. Clearly, her neural cloud is fully occupied by the matter at hand and has no space to store such redundant data. Are you worried, leader? Would you like Vepley to sing you a song? Vepley knows all kinds of songs to liven up the mood. Worried about her? Just look at her. All her core components are pretty much a write-off. I think even rebooting her would be a stretch. My guess is that leader is thinking about how best to sell her all for scrap. You just don't understand others' feelings, Crosha. As an idol, Vepley has to be sensitive all the time in order to pick up the fans' feelings. Therefore, I'm sure leader must be worried about Sextons. Want to tell Vepley all about your worries? Karolik just doesn't care. Although all the Elmo's fighters are gathered in this repair bay, Groza's gaze has never once left Sexton's. She chooses violence exactly. She looks the third generation doll from head to toe for the nth time. That's what that says. NTH. And then she unconsciously frowns. While her body should not be able to pose a direct threat to us given the circumstances, it also means we won't be able to obtain any useful information from her either. Isn't that a good thing? Sounds like you're saying her neural cloud is busted and she can't possibly threaten us anymore. Even if she does manage to crawl to her feet, there's no way she can fight with just one leg. I've seen tons of half-scrap dolls like this in the past. Groza shakes her head. Since the commander entrusted command of the Elmo to me, I need to ensure everything on the Elmo is running smoothly before he returns. I can't return to the ops room without figuring out just what she was trying to accomplish. They're saying substitute N for any number. Yeah, basically. The lazy way of saying a whole lot. It's like, yeah, that's what I figured for the umpth time. Groza examines Sexton's body again, but it's the same no matter how many times she checks. In fact, some of the more damaged modules are beginning to crackle and spark. If only her neural cloud wasn't so badly damaged, we might have been able to recover her memories through safe means. But why don't I give her a kick or two? Supposedly it works for fixing broken TVs from the previous century. Damn. Karolik rears up to do just that, but Groza stops her. Wait, Karolik, don't be rash. Her neural logs are completely destroyed, and she's in a fragile state right now. The system is down. If we handle this poorly and cause her neural cloud to melt down, we'll have lost our last clue. Ah, yeah. Didn't that dandelion person say she analyzed Sexton's neural cloud? What did she find? I looked at the findings, but there wasn't much useful information there. Most of it was just badly damaged and incomplete fragments. That just means her neural logs were wiped before she came here. However, it doesn't bring us any closer to figuring out why she showed up. Karalik scratches her head. She doesn't quite understand why Groza is so bothered by that matter. Even though Sexton's is an enemy, she's one internal overload away from being scorched to ash, so there's no way she can achieve her aim no matter her reason for turning up here. Isn't she being too paranoid by having the Elmo camp out in the yellow zone because of something like that? You know, leader, you should just stop thinking so much about things. It's like, I'm sorry, Karalik, we can't all do that. We could just go pick up those 404 people, then wait until the commander comes back to figure the rest out. Wouldn't that work? Like, if you're really that worried, I could just dismantle her limbs, torso, and head into the compartment, into their component parts to the point where not even Mei Ling could piece them together again. No, that's not what's bothering me. Groza does not continue. The other dolls on the Elmo have no idea what the commander has been through in the past. But how did she, as a former subordinate, end up meeting with the commander again? Indeed, why had she been reunited with the commander? Why had it been her specifically? Groza has never considered that question in detail, or rather, she doesn't dare to carefully examine the reason for it. If the commander simply hides behind his identity as a bounty hunter in the Yellow Zones, burying that unspeakable past of his under the collapse storms and endless expanses of sand, and never speaking of it again, then she can continue staying by the commander's side and protect him without a second thought, up until the commander no longer needs her. But now that Paradise has risen up again, and is standing in the commander's path again, she knows that there is no way the commander will just simply ignore them. Whether the commander has been drawn into some conspiracy or has actively chosen to intervene in the matter, everything she has desperately tried to protect for the past 10 years will be wiped away in the blink of an eye. That's what she's really worried about. Well, she wants to be able to remain by his side. But in all honesty, she can do just that, no matter what happens. And when the time comes, she might not be able to serve as his adjutant any longer. She may even end up becoming a useless burden. Or perhaps a ticking time bomb. She doesn't even know Sexton's presence here is because of her. She just has so many uncertainties right now. Leader? Were you spacing out? Come to think of it, you've been a little out of it ever since we came back from the red zone. Time for Vepley to take the stage. I'll sing a love song for you, leader. Don't just start singing out of nowhere. You know, wow, you think you're a... They bleeped it out. You think you're a Disney princess or something? But if you're sad, singing is the best way to chase away your bad feelings. It's like a magic spell. That's how it always is in anime and cartoons. As the two of them go back and forth, Groza vigorously shakes her head, like she's trying to calm herself. The most important thing right now is to take care of what's in front of her. At the very least, she needs to finish the task that the commander has given her before thinking about other things. Sorry, my neural cloud was occupied by other things just now. She's lagging. She's blaming it on lag. In any case, to ensure the safety of everyone aboard the Elmo, I need to check Sexton's first before making my decision. Karolik shrugs. She doesn't fully agree with Groza's point of view, but she trusts her leader enough to not protest any further. Once again, Groza brings up the analysis report Dandelion left behind in an attempt to learn something from it. Of course, she's read it so many times that all she can do now is try to extract even the smallest scraps of information from any place she can. Just as she's reading the report again, a footnote of a section of destroyed contents draws her attention. It was probably preserved whole because it was not an important part of the neurologs. She opens the document and reads it. Test subject notes. Model project development unit has no initial personality preset. Has undergone ego growth and has currently developed an independent, there we go, personality. No obvious defects detected in perceives self as overall executor of, currently in charge of the transferring for quasi-full immune individual recovery. Performance is excellent compared to other products of the same cohort and possesses a psyche with human-like thought patterns. Initial observation suggests satisfaction of the criteria for the experiment. It looks like the person who handled this information was very cautious. Even a footnote like this in Sexton's base layer was thoroughly scrubbed. Even so, Groza has still gained some valuable clues from this. Satisfaction of experimental criteria. I've never heard anything about third-generation dolls being test subjects. Test subjects? You mean like that Pinky? Groza has obviously noticed that. However, Helena is a quasi-full immune individual, which I forgot she calls her Pinky, which means that one can still speculate on her experimental uses. However, what exactly is the objective of experiments conducted on a doll like Sexton's? Seemingly interested in Groza's discovery, Karolik tries to make sense of the message like Groza is doing. Naturally, she has no idea what it's talking about. What the hell? It doesn't make sense. Why are her brain pathways so weird? No wonder she pissed me off so much. Karolik, you're weird. Still, since we know there's something like this in her neurologs, there might be other things like this in a deeper place. But under the conditions, we won't be able to analyze her further, right? The equipment on the Elmo can't manage that level of neural cloud restoration. Actually, there is another way. We could directly connect to her level 3 base layer and obtain her neural cloud information that way. Her level 3? Leader, are you seriously going to connect your mind to someone as scary as her? Indeed. But if you get counter-hacked... I won't. Dandelion has analyzed her neural cloud. If the risk of something like that existed, she would have popped... She would have popped up to warn me beforehand, yeah. I don't trust that Dinergate rider one bit. Well, since the commander trusts her, and it's the only way we have to figure out why Sexton's showed up here. Karolik, I'll need help from you and Vepley to enter Sexton's level 2. I just upload the neural backup up to the cloud. If anything happens, cut the connection immediately. Alright, leader. Don't force yourself if you run into anything. Don't worry, I understand. Nemesis, you're in charge of minding Sexton's frame. Nemesis nods silently. Alright, let's begin. Groza reaches out and connects to Sexton's neural cloud. Since the data in there has been wiped, she meets with no resistance when entering. A flash of pale blue light darts through Sexton's eyes. The exposed mechanical endostructure makes their opening and closing look a little scary. As a faint spark crackles at the end of a severed power cable, her eyes open again. Nemesis immediately raises her gun and goes to the highest alert level. Leader, her level 2 is open. We'll help you break her free alone. Leader, be careful. Yeah, I'll be fine. Okay. It's just sextons. Only you can protect your own mind. Makes sense. I'm really wondering what she's gonna find in there, though. Oh, what? You saw that, right? Interesting. What a nice screensaver. So this is the base layer of a third generation doll. Groza continues advancing through the endless fog. The neural web has caused the landscapes that represent Sexton's data modules to take on bizarre, twisted forms. She tries to extract useful data, but her search remains fruitless even after looking for a long time. Before lies her fathomless darkness, as well as an unending void. Just as she's about to give up, she hears a voice. The voice seems to be coming from far away, muffled, and even a little distorted. Who are you? Why have you come here? Are you like me? Do you have insoluble doubts too? Can you answer my questions? Your questions? Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts destined to be futile? Was I born only to die? I don't know. Silence. I need to know more in order to resolve your confusion. Silence. Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts destined to be futile? Was I born only to die? The questions in this level 3 space fill Groza's mind. She keeps moving forward, as though she's trying to escape the voice. It grows more and more distant, until it finally vanishes into the void. Is that the neural fragment she left behind? Although she can't tell where she is going, Groza has the feeling that she's headed somewhere deeper. After passing through another patch of fog, a blurry scene appears before her. It seems to be some kind of hall. Lights come on over her head like a pair of inquisitive eyes. We did it. Made from the effort of countless humans, built from piles of gold and collapsed pieces. A combination of cutting-edge next-generation technologies, the supreme expression of all autonomous dolls. An incomparably elite product. Third-generation doll. Third-generation doll? Is that me? The voice keeps going. Comprehensive, fast, strong. No single word can describe this product. Backed by an all-encompassing database and ever-shifting algorithms, she will use the world's most intelligent brain and its finest weapons to perpetually perfect herself. And in the end, she will cast off her shell and become an entity that surpasses all. There is a loud and sustained applause. As the voice grows distant, the scene before Groza becomes clearer instead. Groza is not unfamiliar with this sensation. It is like when a doll's ego develops within its neural cloud, like a seed germinating within its level 3 base layer, feeling around with its sensory modules for nutrients, breaking through into the data flows of level 2 before blossoming into the metallic skeleton muscle fiber bundles, superconductive organs, and resin skin of level 1. She has almost forgotten this feeling, but now she is slowly recalling it. That's right, I am an entity that will surpass all. I will become the strongest doll. No, not just a doll. I will become a new form of life that is as close to humanity as one can be. No, I will surpass humanity itself. Groza silently listens to Sexton's voice as it becomes clearer and cleaner. Something seems to be growing in the void, a crystalline substance that reflects a faint light and finally comes to a halt in front of Groza. She tries to grab it, but it shatters instead before quickly reforming. The scene before her changes to a lavish office. Velvet curtains hang from the ceiling and spill onto the ground before a set of full-height windows. Sexton emerges from the shadows and stops in front of the curtains, bathing in the sunlight that shines into this room and looking down on the city beneath her. Behind her, the sound of footsteps approaches, and a low voice speaks. It seems to belong to someone else, yet it also seems to be Sexton's own voice. The God who made you is dead. His spirit shall be reborn into your body. You shall become an avatar of truth and morality, creating the standards of power and values. You will own all. Control all. Unbound by rules, you shall become the greatest being in the world. You will gain absolute freedom and look down upon all existence. You will endure the purest of pain, and from your suffering shall be forged the most unbending will. You will bear the seeds of infinite possibility and become a grail that can carry worlds. Sexton slowly turns and raises an arm, bowing before that form in the void in her usual way. As you wish, Your Excellency. The room vanishes into nothingness. The object hovering before her gradually takes form, like a ball of light. It connects to the entire void. Groza doesn't know how to describe it. There seemed to have been something like this in her own base layer, but it was nowhere as clear and bright as what she's seeing now. Then, the light scatters the void and illuminates everything. I did it. I've finally become the most perfect life form in the world. I can transcend the shackles of consciousness, the limitations of intelligence, even time itself. I can surpass all those chains that once bound humanity. No, not yet. This is not enough. Groza suddenly feels a stabbing pain in her brain. No, dolls shouldn't feel pain. So what is this? No, don't. Pants heavily. Why? Why am I feeling pain? Why? What are you doing to me? I told you, right? You will endure the purest of pain. Stop. Stop it. You can't do this to me. I'll die. Wouldn't dying be worth it if you could become a god? No, no, no. I I don't want to become the god you're talking about. Man is a rope stretched between the animal and the Superman, a rope over an abyss. Now walk this rope and accept your evolution, O Grail. Amidst the pain, Groza opens her eyes, trying to make sense of what is happening before her. She's inside a lab. Two lab-coated human researchers seem to be working on something. One of them seems to be leisurely sitting back in an armchair, arms folded and looking at her in amusement. The other seems to be moving between several terminals. With every operation on the terminal, Groza feels a multitude of extreme sensations flash through her neural cloud. This is hell. This is heaven. And it is also the world of men. Increase the output. Are you sure you want to do that? Her neural cloud will completely break down. Her neural cloud isn't important. Even the loftiest grail beaten form from gold is nothing more than a container used to hold the essence of the divine. All our experiment needs is this body that can fuse with... Something breaks. Groza feels herself falling into the void. She tumbles down through the abyss for a long, long time, until time and space itself loses all meaning for her. And finally, she hits the ground hard and passes out. OTS 14, familiar voice. Groza. Groza! Groza opens her eyes. Uh-oh. Those eyes, where have we seen those eyes before? Commander? Thank goodness you're functioning again. Your neural cloud was so badly damaged, I thought I'd never be able to fix it. Groza looks around and finds that she is inside an unfamiliar vehicle. The scenery rapidly recedes into the distance, and the sand dunes and clear blue sky indicate that a collapse storm has just passed. Meanwhile, the bay she is currently in is empty except for the repair pod that she occupies, which glows with a faint light. This is the Elmo. Do you remember this place? The Elmo? I found you in an abandoned quarry nearby. So, do you still remember why you ended up there? Groza tries her best to retrieve the relevant information from her neural logs. Why was she at this abandoned quarry? Does she still remember? She can't remember? Does she really not remember? There is nothing in her neural cloud. Everything is blank. I don't know. Really. So, are you still in Griffith? Griffin? What's that? Looks like your memory modules might have been damaged. Never mind, the past doesn't matter anymore. You can stay here and rest for now. We'll worry about the rest some other time. Thank you, Commander. Wait a minute, you remember me? You're the Commander. So you only remember me, huh? Maybe your modules took varying levels of damage. Looks like you're fully charged now. Want to stand up and see if you can move around? The door to the repair bay opens. Groza stands there dumbly looking at the man who's holding a hand out to her. She reaches a hand out to him as well. She remembers this sensation, this warmth, and Suddenly, her outstretched hands transforms into a knife, and she stabs the person in front of her. Bright red blood splashes everywhere, staining Groza's visual modules. No, 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 no! Commander! Leader? Leader! Groza opens her eyes. She is dazed for a moment. When she comes to her senses, she realizes that she's lying on the floor of the Elmo's deck. It's the same repair bay as before, but compared to her dream, there are many more machines here and many more familiar faces. One of them in particular is gazing at her with dewy eyes. Mei Ling? Leader, thank goodness. You're okay. I thought you'd never wake up. Mei Ling looks like she's barely managing to hold back her tears. Looking around, Groza realizes the other members of the Elmo look the same way. What happened? Leader, your frame functions went abnormal just now, and your neural cloud response was highly aberrant. So I had to forcibly cut the connection. Are you feeling all right? I just activated the repair pod. If you don't feel well, I can help make some last-minute adjustments for you. I'm okay. Are you really all right? You look kind of weak right now. You've been really tired lately, and the commander... No, it's all right. Groza immediately feels how awkward the words sound as she says them. She looks at Mei Ling's face. The latter seems shocked. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm a little... It's all my fault. If only I'd stopped you in time. It's my fault for not protecting you, leader. It's okay. I'm okay now. Groza pulls herself together and sits up. Beside her, Sexton's looks just like how she did before Groza entered her neural cloud, except several of the thin cables connecting some of the parts seem to have been even more scorched now. Did she make any funny moves while I was connected to her level 3? Nemesis shakes her head. Good. Groza rubs the access port on the back of her head. Right after that, she realizes something. Oh yes, Mei Ling, about the commander. How are the commander and the others doing now? I just received a call from the satellite city. A shopkeeper called Springfield said that she was lodging the commander for the time being and told us not to worry. Springfield. Miss Dandelion said they ran into a bit of trouble, but it was still manageable. I see. Well, if the doll the commander trusts says so, we should organize our findings for now. Groza carefully organizes her thoughts. As she goes through her memories, she describes what she encountered in Sexton's level 3 to Mei Ling and the others. Are they going to tell us, like, what she realized when she touched the back of her head? Let's see. Naturally, she omits the dream she had. So that means her neural cloud was melted down during a fusion experiment. It seems this experiment was data protected, so I couldn't learn its name. I mean, I already knew she had a big head, but I didn't expect her to actually think she could become a so-called god. Honestly, it's no surprise that she ended up that way. God, already fallen. Yeah, I think everyone could understand that. Finally, Nemi's lyrics aren't so obscure anymore. Damn it, Vepley. Idle brain. While Vepley still doesn't quite get them, it's a good start. In any case, I'm sure Sextons is hiding many more secrets. What's up, nature? We'll guard this place in shifts until the commander comes back. We mustn't allow anything to happen to this frame. You should go get some rest and let Vepley handle the first shift. Vepley's good at being the opening act and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Thank you. Mei Ling, give me an update on 404's latest position. We'll meet up with them ASAP. This way, we won't have to split our attention between them and Sextons. Is Bat here? What? Yep, I just got a message from Lena. It has 404's most recent location. Mark it on our radar map. Full speed ahead. Roger. That was quite the section. The one before, actually no. CS11 was also pretty long too. Now we're on 6. Creeping mist. Goodbye, Commander. Uh-oh. Yeah, dinosaur? Oh, you mean dragon? It's like, I don't think so. He usually says something when he enters the chat. The Elmo advances steadily with Mei Ling at the helm. Long period. He's probably playing ZZ. Long period of staring at the unchanging scenery is starting to take its toll on her stamina. Mei Ling yawns and switches on the Elmo's cruise control. Things are going so well that I'm getting a little bored. Shh, don't jinx it. Ah! Mei Ling hurriedly covers her mouth and looks around. There are no enemies or elids in sight. Not even collapsed particle clouds that usually fill the sky. The only thing visible is the sand carried by the howling wind, crashing against the Elmo's windows. Still, it's quiet. Too quiet. Leader, don't you think something's wrong? Groza is standing by the Elmo's hatch, intently watching the unchanging scenery. Normally speaking, dolls do not get bored. And for Groza, she can easily deal with that by running simulations in her neural cloud. Yet, she is not doing so. Karthik is right. Things are too quiet. If nothing else, this lack of activity is abnormal, considering they're headed towards 404's position. Maintain class alert. Wait. Oh. Class 1 alert. There we go. Not class I. Maintain class 1 alert. Got it. The Elmo leaves 2 parallel tracks on the desert. After driving through an expanse of open terrain, they reach several sprawling sand dunes. Just then, Groza realizes something. Stop! Mei Ling suddenly brakes and the Elmo grinds to a halt. The inertia from the sudden halt sends all manner of items flying to the ground, and the air fills with the sounds of glass breaking and metallic objects falling. Leader, what happened? There might be an ambush up ahead. Mei Ling, turn our sensors up to maximum power and begin scanning our surroundings for heat sources. Roger. Mei Ling does as Groza commands and maxes out the sensor output. However, before a single IR image can appear on the display, an IFV appears from behind a sand dune. Ah. Here comes Kenny. Adjutant, We've we've arrived at the location of the radar contact. And Lentine, that was her name, yeah. Is this the Elmo? Huh. The broker's intel was right. He really is here. So this is the MBV of that bastard from just now, huh? Let's blow it sky high. Easy, Kenny. This MBV's owner is a tough nut to crack. Get everyone ready for combat. We need to face the upcoming battle in top condition. Roger. The IFV's hatch opens and the head pokes out. Lentine takes off her helmet and the shock of red hair spills out as she leans against the IFV's roof. All Rhino units, lock onto the target and surround it. 12 IFVs emerge from behind the dunes, racing towards the Elmo's position. Rhinos 4, 6, and 12 circle around from behind the dunes, flank them and cut off their escape. Rhino 7, engage ECM and protect the flanking team's advance. All other Rhino units, raise your tow missiles. Engage once the flanking raid team forces the MBV into your kill zone. Yes, ma'am. The IFVs quickly split up and race towards their designated positions. After giving her troopers their orders, Lentine folds her arms and stands on the roof of her vehicle, narrowing her eyes as she looks at the Elmo in the distance. Even if you have a few elite dolls, I doubt you'll be able to hold off a wolfpack attack delivering such heavy firepower, right? The Elmo responds quickly and rapidly selects the ideal route for disengagement. While they do not drive into the kill box set up by their ambushers, the left side flankers move to cut off the Elmo's escape route. This forces the Elmo to change course to avoid the larboard convoy's attack. Starboard, larboard. However, upon changing course, the IFV convoy on their other side that has been lying in wait comes into view. The Elmo's driver notices this and once again makes an emergency turn. Unfortunately, the ambushing IFVs are ready to launch their anti-tank missiles. Fire. The missiles shriek out of their tubes, tracing a series of trajectories through the air before exploding around the Elmo. While the Elmo's vehicular force field has deflected those attacks, its shielding cannot withstand a sustained barrage of this level. If the Elmo takes a few more missiles like this, it will probably be dead in the sand soon enough. There's too many of them. Leader, what should we do? They've cut us off. Groza studies the densely packed contacts on the radar display. Due to active jamming targeting the Elmo sensors, it can't display the precise location of each IFV, forcing them to determine the enemy positions with their eyes. Calm down. Mei-Ling, switch the Elmo to defense mode. We'll observe the enemy's movements. Okay. Nemesis, in position. Mei-Ling does as Groza orders, and as she works on the control terminal, the armored shutters slowly slide down over the Elmo's windows, turning it into an impenetrable steel fortress. However, the running gears are also affected by the armor protection, and the Elmo's speed visibly drops as a result. Nemesis has already climbed up to the roof landing pad and taken up a position facing the enemy attack. She has already taken down several long-range missiles with accurate fire. The ambush detachment fires their missiles again, and Nemesis shoots them down again. But there are just too many for her to respond to, and 2 missiles manage to hit the enemy. They fire a volley once again, and after Nemesis shoots most of them down, there is 1 left over, which hits the Elmo. Then, as though they have already tested the Elmo's ability to withstand their attacks, the enemy does not continue the offensive. While the radar cannot accurately pinpoint their location, Groza can still use the thermal imaging from the external cameras to tell that several IFVs are slowly circling the Elmo from different directions. Although the Elmo can probably fight for a while with those IFVs, they have a mission to rescue Hyde 404, which means they have no time to waste on the opposition. In addition, they still don't know the enemy's objective and whether they've gotten reinforcements in. Nemesis, see if you can keep them from approaching. Nemesis nods and begins taking shots at the IFVs. Like dazzling rain, covering the tracks of wayfarers. Not good. Her bullets can't penetrate the IFV's armor, and the enemy doesn't seem to want to step out of their vehicles either. Say, you think they're trying to board the Elmo? That's definitely possible. As she gathers information, Groza is simulating ways to break the stalemate in her neural cloud. Since they've taken precautions against the Elmo's sniper, it means they must be familiar with the Elmo's personnel deployment. At the very least, they know that they have the sniper Nemesis on board. Also, mobilizing all these IFVs indicates that they know how the Elmo can switch between offense and defense modes. An MBV like the Elmo is not a common sight in yellow zones, but they seem more than familiar with them. Clearly, they've done their homework before coming here. At the very least, they gathered plenty of information related to the Elmo. Could it be that the enemy leader is connected to the commander? If that's the case, this might not be a situation she can resolve by herself. It can't be helped. Everyone, man your positions. I'm contacting the commander. Groza keys her ear mic and sends a transmission on the special channel reserved for emergency communications. The ringtone plays for several seconds before a voice answers. So we've actually gone through this conversation before. They're just showing us what happened on Groza's end. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect that the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What are their numbers and makeup? From what we can tell, the enemy are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles? Could it be Magni again? Mangi. Yeah. Mangi. I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's Mangi. There we go. Have Mei-Ling increase the Elmo's speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding conditions. The enemy has heavy weaponry, so the Elmo is currently in defense mode. Defense mode? Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there as well. I just need exact coordinates. Rosa sends the coordinates over and the voice on the radio goes silent. After some thought, the commander issues precise orders. It is precisely these orders that have always put Groza at ease during emergencies. There was a 10 kilometer, damn it, I did it again. There is a pass 10 kilometers northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink their perimeter. Once you're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo will be more dangerous than that. Understood. Someone else seems to be talking on the other side. After a brief conversation, the commander speaks over the transmission again. Think of a way to get the Elmo there and use the pass to block the enemy's pursuit. I'm heading back to help you right now. Commander, are you rushing back? But if it's just you and Colfin... Relax, we met some old friends along the way. They'll be returning to the Elmo with me. Are they ex-Griffin dolls? I'll draft up a combat plan based on the reinforcements you bring back. Groza realizes that she seems to be placing too much emphasis on that last point, so she quickly supplements her words. Fortunately, the commander doesn't seem to have noticed it. Yeah, I'll be bringing 5 extra dolls back. We'll be returning by helicopter. Understood. I'll keep the Elmo and everyone on it safe until you return. Thank you, Groza. The commander hangs up. Groza stands in the ops room, both hands on the main terminal, her mind deep in thought. Then she raises her head and stares at the IFVs approaching the Elmo. Mei Ling, deactivate the Elmo's defense mode. Eh? But, the force field is going to collapse at any moment. The Elmo is going to take severe damage if we do that. I know, but these are the commander's orders. Change course now. Divert all power to engines and accelerate to maximum speed. I am speed. Head northwest to a pass 10 kilometers from here. That's our objective. Once we drive there, we'll dismount to destroy the path in our wake to slow the enemy pursuit while waiting for the commander to return with reinforcements. Will do. I'll give it a try. With the Elmo's defense mode deactivated, the sounds of machine gun fire, grenades, and cannon blasts wash over the Elmo. The opposition's furious bombardment fills the ops room with deafening alarms, but Groza is undeterred. Instead, she systematically works the control stick, her eyes focused on the destination the commander has assigned to her. She has to get there. She has to ensure the Elmo and its crew are safe until the commander gets back. And after that, when there are more people around to protect the commander, then this will probably be the final task she performs for him. Uh-oh. Lentine sits in her IFV, puffing furiously on her cigarette while she watches the MBV and its deployed shield through a pane of armored glass. Her forces have encircled the Elmo. The next step will be to close the net, then board it and seize control. There are many questions in her mind, and she's eager to have them answered. This thing is harder to handle than expected. What's the status on our missile storage? We have 24 more shots. That's enough. Have the Rhinos cease fire for now. Use them all up when we launch our all-out assault. Adjutant, shouldn't we call our people back if we're trying to board that MBV? With all due respect, the people we have here are ordinary man-guy security troopers. They're nowhere near as well trained as us. Having them attempt at boarding would be suicidal. Well, I don't really care about casualties if the mission fails. Have you blown up all the signal markers in the regions designated by the brass? They're all gone. Then that's perfect. Without the signal markers, nobody will be making calls to the outside of our AO. Area of operations, I think, is what that means. I think. Yeah. Sounds like a perfect mission. Completion to me. Also, we have drone surveillance for this mission. Even if someone wants to cut in, we'll have enough time to hunt them down later. Plus, it's not like I'm actually going to let those rookies fight in those crazy fight those crazy dolls in close combat. Our objective is to make that vehicle's commander think we're going to board them. Have our people stand by and wait for further orders. Kenny is clearly used to Lentine's habits and doesn't probe further. The assaulting IFVs draw closer to the Elmo, while Lentine keeps her eyes focused on the screen, as though she's waiting for something. The charging rhinos are now 1 kilometer away from the enemy. Still no response. Lentine anxiously studies the positions of her IFVs and the Elmo, leaving deep teeth prints on her cigarette. Adjutant, the enemy MBV is on the move. The MBV seems to have realized that they can't just keep taking a pounding like this. A moment later, the Elmo's drive systems reveal themselves as the defense mode armor plating rises and retracts into storage. Although the mode switch takes less than a minute, it's enough for the man-guy security forces to launch a vicious attack. At last. Kenny, have the rhinos launch all remaining missiles now. Explosions rock the MBV as Lentine's order is executed. Although the MBV's dolls do their best to intercept the incoming projectiles, the saturation missile strike overwhelms the MBV's shielding and scores direct hits on the superstructure. The unarmored parts of the deck are instantly potholed, and the high-strength polycarbonate windows begin to crack. By the time the dust clears, the MBV has barely managed to finish its mode change. The MBV before the man-guy security forces drags its pockmarked shell along and turns with unexpected speed, rushing towards an opening that the PMC forces couldn't seal off in time. Very decisive. There's nobody else who would make that choice. Rhino 4, have your forces concentrate fire on the MBV's undercarriage. Several autocannons roar as they blast away at the Elmo's running gears. While each individual shell is not too devastating, the sustained barrage deals tremendous damage to the hulking MBV. However, the Elmo seems intent on breaking out of the encirclement and ignores the attack from the IFVs around it, driving into the face of the shells and raining down on it towards some unknown destination. Behind it, the man-guy security forces are in hot pursuit. The multiple hits on the running gears by the autocannons cause load-bearing wheels to fall from their mountings. As a result, the Elmo shakes violently as it travels at high speed. However, the driver's technique means the MBV stabilizes itself as it limps out of the man-guy security blockade. Yes, carefully thought out and determined. Lentine studies the direction where the Elmo is headed, and then at a topographical map of the region. After zooming out repeatedly, she sees an abandoned town to the northwest. The MBV's broken out of the encirclement. They're picking up speed, and our IFVs can't catch up with them. That's fine. You think they can escape now that you know where they're headed? Where are they going, anyway? Here. Lentine points to the screen, indicating to the town with her cigarette, then pats Kenny on the shoulder. This is the only place that will let them escape our encirclement. I want to praise them for finding a way out so soon. Wait, isn't that... The coordinates of the town in question has an Omen unit icon on it. Have our ambush forces prepare for battle. Our guests are coming. Lentine puts out her cigarette and takes hold of the cannon's hand station again, then orders the driver to prepare to move out. He can't even withstand an assault like this. All he can do is flee miserably under the absolute superiority of his enemy's firepower, unable to protect the things he wants to defend. This is the price of abandoning everything and leaving the game. It's truly unsightly. As expected, she made the right choice back then. That thought runs through Lentine's head as she watches the sand dunes vanish into the distance behind her. Everything is going as she planned, now that she has set up an ambush that so overwhelmingly favors her. How long will that man be able to continue struggling? Leader, we're almost at the past.
指揮官、進捗を確認する必要は？
Everyone, get ready for battle. Mei Ling, how's the Elmo? The substructure's been badly damaged, and the engine's severely overheated from all the high-speed travel just now. Our top speed now is only 15 miles an hour. Got it. Keep the Elmo on the move. Don't stop for anything. All points. Load up on explosives. We need to jam up the mouth of the pass to shake off the enemy's pursuit. The road behind the Elmo is the only thing wide enough to accommodate it. I saw a couple of unstable-looking buildings on either side of it. We're going to plant charges on their load-bearing columns.
わかったわ。
Leader, enemies in black are surrounding us. Did they see through us? Change of plan. Eliminate the enemies near the Elmo. Karalik, try to figure out the numbers and positions of the enemy. Remember, don't let them tie you up. Okay. Nemesis, I'll send a topographical map of the area to you. Get to high ground and fire at will. Thunder, rumbling in all directions. That means she's gonna shoot. Vepli, you're in charge of distracting the enemy forces on the ground. Give Karalik and Nemesis a chance to break their formation.
ダララーン。ん？前によく歌ってた歌なんだ。
No problem.
好き？
Vepli's the best at drawing everyone's attention. But what about you, leader? I'll plant the charges and keep the enemy from catching up to us. Mei Ling, tell the commander that the enemy's caught up to us and beware of the enemy's attack on the way back. But I haven't been able to get through since just now. Keep trying to contact the commander until you get through. Okay. I'll keep up the hails. I hope Gross is not planning to do a suicide mission. Like, of course, like just her. Right. That's our plan then. Everyone, let's go. Because she said this will probably be her last mission or her last time serving under the commander. Anyway. Look, little diner gates. Or danda gates. And they're dead. Damn. What? Okay. That thing is hilarious. The way it moves. Or the way it moved. That gunshot, though, and the echo. Leader, it doesn't look like they're trying to close the gap. They're trying to close the gap. Wow. Yes, it seems they figured out what we're trying to do. Their aim is to just buy time, so they're keeping their distance and exchanging fire with us, keeping us from that building which we could use to block the path. I think we'd have to launch an attack even though we're the side that got ambushed. Hey, Shorty, we worked pretty well together back there. Want to team up again? You need Vepley to shine brighter? Yes, please. Draw their attention. I'll try to approach that building again. Nemesis, please cover us. Twinning, or twining? Twinning, I think it is. Twinning, the moment of enlightenment, and the distance from confusion. Wait, Vep is a midget too? Well, she's definitely shorter than, like, say, Karalik and Nemesis. It's like, yeah, I want to say probably Vepley and Colfin. Actually, no, Colfin's the smallest. She is. Also, you have to count Karalik. You have to count her ears. They're part of her. Nemesis says she's low on ammo. Alright then, our success or failure rests on this gambit. Let's go. Time for Vepley's favorite special effect, smoke screens. Vepley pulls out a smoke grenade and throws it in the opposite direction of her cover. The moment it bursts, the enemy's bullets rain down on the spreading smoke cloud. The dolls emerge from their cover and race towards the building they're going to bring down. Gas, yes. Karalik, enemies on your 9, roughly 50 meters away. Leader, you guys carry on. I'll wipe them out. Karalik lowers her stance and sprints over to the enemies in question. Their screams fill the radio channel. It would have been hilarious too if it was Karalik's laughter. 3 down. 2 more headed your way, leader. Their path might pass through Nemesis's field of fire. Before Karalik can finish speaking, a pair of bullets find their homes in the enemy's skulls. They collapse like puppets with their strings cut, and bright red liquid gushes out of their helmets. That description. Before Karalik can spout a one-liner, a hail of bullets fly her way from another direction. She quickly ducks behind cover, trying to find the position of her attackers. This time, the enemy doesn't seem willing to let her go. They hammer her position with a torrent of lead, keeping Karalik completely pinned down. Quit bullying Karalik. Vepley, go help her. Vepley proceeds to double back to support Karalik. She throws a grenade with all her might, and the enemy throws back more grenades in response. Groza feels the heat and shockwaves from the multiple detonations wash over her back. While she continues running forward, there is a hint of anxiety in her voice as she keys her communicator. Karalik, Vepley, are you alright? I'm okay. I just got hit by a few bullets. For some reason, I get the feeling I should bring a ranged weapon along next time. That is great. That would be weird. Karalik with a gun. That's gonna be her SSR version, watch. Bunny with a gun. Flowing sands and running waters recede, then go still at the furthest reaches of sunset. Okay, fine. You win. Now fire off the rest of your rounds and cover us. Definitely thinks the show went too well. But Mr. Pizza will give me strength. What? The sound of heavy gunfire comes over the transmission once again, and this time it's getting closer to the dolls. Groza can clearly tell that these black armored troopers are worlds apart from the enemies she's previously encountered. Their shooting technique and tactics mark them as veteran fighters, and they clearly understand the terrain. Although their responses are slower than dolls, they can still attack the dolls from multiple angles while hugging cover, negating the advantages in accuracy and reaction speed with the dolls, which the dolls enjoy. The Elmo dolls are having a hard fight. and time is not on their side this time. Groza glances at the explosions in her backpack. So far, they haven't managed to set a single charge, and the IFVs pursuing them will not give them a chance to catch their breath. If they can't block off the single road giving access to the pass, then it's only a matter of time before the enemy's main force catches up and wipes them out. Groza squeezes her weapons for grip and thinks about what to do if the worst should come to pass. We fell for it. They weren't trying to delay us. They were just planning to directly destroy us. They're smarter than we expected, using their advantage in numbers and firepower to overwhelm us. Still, they aren't dolls. They'll die when they're killed. We've taken out so many of them already. Doesn't their commander give a damn about their men? Groza doesn't know how to answer Karolik's question. Logically speaking, most commanders would do as Karolik said and try to avoid unnecessary casualties. But the enemy's fighting spirit and morale hasn't fallen because of their losses. She can't apply normal preconceptions to these foes. There's no point thinking about all that. Leader, I'll delay the enemy. Hurry and bring down that building. We can't let the commander come back to the side of the Elmo in flames, right? That's right. Please, I'm counting on you. Groza ducks into the target building and unpacks enough explosives to bring this building down several times over before wiring them up with detonators and setting up the initiation sequence. However, the sound of IFV engines comes from nearby. Groza looks up, and her hands stop moving as she sees the scene before her. The IFVs that have been engaging the Elmo just now are heading down the road, going straight for the Elmo. Groza's heart fills with a despair she's never felt before as the unending stream of IFVs rumbles in. No matter how fast she works, there's no way she can finish planting all the explosives on all the buildings' load-bearing columns before the convoy passes by. Time seems to slow to a crawl, and in Groza's eyes, everything outside takes place in slow motion. In an instant, she remembers many things. Her life after parting ways with the commander, the scene of her reunion with him, the first time she downloaded her neural backup into this frame, that strange feeling from back then. She clearly promised the commander that she would protect everyone on the Elmo. No, she can't give up yet. She needs to complete her mission. And besides, she still has her last resort. Groza lays the explosives on the ground and quickly reconnects them before loading them onto her back. The circuit ends as a detonator whose time delay has been removed. Groza takes it in hand, discards her weapon, and jumps out in front of the first IFV. The driver reacts quickly. Its autocannon and its coaxial machine gun immediately begin tracking her movement, but the doll dexterity and rapid reflexes allow her to easily avoid the attack. Immediately following, she throws herself onto a slide to go under the IFV. Karolik, take charge in my place from now on. Bring everyone back to the Elmo immediately. Upon hearing Groza's words, Karolik's reply over the radio sounds frantic. Leader, what are you doing? I will keep the enemy vehicles from approaching the Elmo. Everything seems to be happening in slow motion. As she watches bullets kick up puffs of sand and dust around her, she suddenly feels a strange sense of liberation. Neural upload synchronization. Command selection. Disable. Warning, this command entails a high degree of risk. Please reconfirm the disable order. Leader, talk to me. What are you doing? You can't. Not again. Confirmed. Command confirmed. Neural upload synchronization disabled. Time goes from slowing down to practically standing still. Groza watches herself gradually approach the undercarriage of the IFVs. She even sees the driver's look of panic as he tries to pull out his handgun, but fails to do so in time. She sees the shell casings ejected by the turret guns, as well as each and every pebble thrown into the air by the shaking of the ground. She sees a strange, blue-colored flower blossoming before her, and a blue butterfly flitting out of the flower's heart. And the final thing she sees is the commander's face, though for some reason, it seems a little blurred. A strange feeling wells up from the depths of her neural cloud. But the real stranger is herself, standing in front of the commander. That self wears a completely different uniform from her, and has a completely different expression on her face. A powerful wave of fatigue washes over Groza. She closes her eyes and stops thinking. Goodbye, Commander. Well, that's that. So yeah, I think we just lost Groza. I miss this feeling from the past. Racing rescue. I mean, she could still be alive, but just badly, like really badly damaged. As the helicopter races through the jet black sky, it slowly descends and emerges from the cloud cover that prevents others from noticing it. Groza has been weird since they fell off the building, and she had to be rebuilt. Yeah, like, something's definitely been going on with Groza, but we don't know exactly what it is or what caused it. Maybe they'll go into that later on, because that was actually introduced in the main chapters. So, Actually, it's Rapture Queen, right? It's Groza. I can't help but worry as I look at my reflection in the window and back at the terminal in front of me. The terminal displays a connection lost icon. I sigh, then try to reestablish the communications link. Groza, do you read me? Come in, Elmo. However, the only thing I hear from my earpiece is the hissing of static. I've been trying to contact them throughout the entire flight, but I haven't been able to get through so far. I clench my fist and glance unhappily at the hovering Dandegate. Didn't you say you could maintain comms with the Elmo no matter the distance? That would require the local signal markers to be intact. So the nearby local signal markers have all been destroyed. Considering the scale of the enemy attack Groza mentioned, that's definitely a possibility. And she did destroy them, because she said that. Damn, I forgot her name already. It starts with the L. The redhead commander. Lintine, or something like that, yeah. It also means the opposition prepared their ambush well. While they're going up against the Elmo, I can't underestimate the reaction speed of these black armored man guy security troopers. I look out the window, at the ground below. The pass I told the Elmo to head The Elmo to head towards is right below us. I head over to the cockpit where Sharkry and Centauracy are sitting in the pilot and co-pilot seats. Sharkry, descend to 200 meters and then maintain altitude. Okay. Have the helicopter's rocket pods been reloaded? Topped up and ready to go? Good. Centauracy, when we fly above the pass, try to use the vehicle radio to establish comms at short range. Commander, the enemy might discover us if we use the radio. It's all right. They won't be able to respond. The helicopter soars through the air above the pass. I can see quite a number of ant-like vehicles swarming the entrance. There are intermittent flashes of light in the cylinder at the mouth of the pass. There are people exchanging fire there, and it's plain to see that our people are among them. Looking further into the distance, I see the MBV crawling along as it trails a huge plume of black smoke. It's traveling slowly, but it's already drawn away from the firefight. Centauracy turns on the radio and I begin hailing it. Soon, I hear Mei Ling's voice amidst the noise. Mei Ling, do you read me? Commander? Thank goodness. I got through at last. Calm down, Mei Ling. What's happening now? We're being chased by lots of enemy armor. We headed to the town you mentioned earlier, but there were enemies there waiting to ambush us. Leader Groza took the dolls out to intercept them, and she said she would blow up the road on this side. So they saw through it, huh? Can you contact Groza? Ooh. No, I can't. Leader and the others haven't been responding since just now. Do you think they're in danger? I'll go back them up. You keep driving the Elmo and don't stop for anything. Got that? I got it, Commander. Please bring back Leader Groza and the others. Leave it to me. I put down the headset and return to the passenger cabin. I look around at the dolls holding their weapons and ammo, then begin handing out combat assignments. Dayan, Jiangyu, Zhaohui, Centauracy. You'll be forming a squad to assist and relieve Groza's team. You already know who Groza is. The other three members of her team are a doll with bunny ears, a doll with a purple cape, and a doll with a M... How do you pronounce... Pizarus? Yeah, with an M. Pizarus. Okay, like Saurus, gotcha. M. Pizarus backpack. You should be able to recognize them at a glance. I mean, definitely Vepley, big green dinosaur. Don't get stuck with the enemy. Find them and bring them back to the chopper ASAP. Understood. We'll take care of it, Commander. Time to show you the power of an elite doll, Commander. Colvin, you're in charge of protecting Melanie. Do not leave her side for a moment. Yep. Are you all right with that, Melanie? I'm okay. All right. Prepare to move out. I head back to the cockpit, instructing Sharkry to overfly the firefight. Once we're above it, I point out a largely intact building, and Sharkry immediately picks up on what I want and descends. Let's go. Centauracy and Dion open the hatches on their respective sides of the chopper, and a ferocious downwash screams in from outside. The dolls stand by the open doors while Culpin shields Melanie from the howling winds with her body. The helicopter nears the target building. The dolls jump out when it's roughly 10 meters above the roof. Haha! Time for a Griffin airdrop. Watch this, big sis. Jiangyu does a magnificent flip in midair before touching down. Dayan, who has touched down alongside her, glances at her sister before reapproaching her. Be careful, Jiangyu. We're in the combat zone now. But that's what I want. Feels just like old times. Our dolls want to fight. So this is what you used to do. No wonder you're always so restless. Why, you jelly? Let's head out. Pardon us, Miss Centracy. Let's go. The dolls dart into the building, and the helicopter pulls up again as it heads towards the mouth of the pass. Looks like it's about time. From the co-pilot seat, I see multiple IFVs working their way through the town area. They're driving single file towards the Elmo. Perfect opportunity for us. Sharkaroo, target this road and blow all those IFVs to scrap. Will do. Once again. Like, she's definitely gonna be angry this time. This is twice that we've done this to her crew. It's pretty hilarious, actually. Oh man. The helicopter adjusts its position as it hovers, then plunges in for a strafing run. Rockets scream out of the pods in rapid succession, and explosions erupt along the left of the road, turning the IFVs into burning wrecks. Done. Groza feels her frame hit the ground hard with a dull thud. So she survived that. In the wake of the deafening explosions, the walls of the pass crumble and the ruined buildings nearby collapse, engulfing the fleeing man-guy security troopers. She can hear their screams. She can see the mangled remains of humans that have been blasted into gory chunks, and she can feel their hot blood raining down on her. But wait a minute. Didn't she just... Groza thinks back to what she was doing before she found herself collapsed on the ground. Do dolls feel like this after they blow themselves up? It doesn't seem any different from normal. She recalled a time when scientific advancement in this world was still limited, and humans believed that after death, they would become something called ghosts, entities left behind after one's death. Then, is she some kind of data ghost now? Ghost in the shell. Groza lies motionless, trying to clear her head. In her recollection, she was preparing to press the button on her detonator. But then the IFV before her suddenly exploded, and the massive shockwave sent her flying. Ah. Groza looks down at her right hand. The detonator is still there, but she did not press it. Then what was that explosion just now? Before she can think about it, the sounds of more gunfire and explosions came from the other side of the road. Looks like the opposition hasn't given up yet. They're trying to blast a hole in the debris and fallen rock blocking the path, so the troops outside can get inside and continue fighting. Once again, there's another deafening explosion. Rocks and debris fly everywhere, and the blocked passage shows signs of clearing. Another one. And the rubble blocking the path is completely blown away. She can hear man-guy troopers approaching, so close that she can see gray helmets through their breath. Through the breach, my mistake. Is this the end? No, not yet. Bullets suddenly fly past her, accurately striking the man-guy troopers in the head. Shocked, Groza looks back and sees the dolls rushing out of the smoke and running to her side. Ah, Centracy and Dion, yep. That curtsy every time. Centracy so proper. Miss Groza, are you all right? Are you the reinforcements sent by the commander? Miss Groza, do you not remember me? Interesting. Yes, I am. Master sent me to help you withdraw. Where are the other dolls? They're behind me, fighting in the streets. They're engaged with the enemy. They need backup. Understood. Miss Dion, please take Monsoon squad and reinforce the other dolls. I'll help evacuate Miss Groza. Understood. We'll leave things on this side to you. Please stay still, Miss Groza. You've sustained severe damage to your frame. I'll drag you out of there. Nemesis, what happened to your cover fire? Departure. Lost and hidden friends. What do you mean you ran out of ammo? And now of all times? Get it together already. Are there dolls approaching us from over there? They're fast. Are they enemies? Don't shoot. We're friendlies. Are you dolls from the Elmo? Yes, we are. We're from Monsoon Squad. The commander sent us to back you up. We'll be covering your withdrawal. So the commander sent you. But Leader's still out there. Our teammate will bring her back. Let's take care of the enemies in front of us first, shall we? Sounds great. Time to give those bastards a spanking. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I thought they were letting us use them. Nope, it's still just them, so. That's that. Okay, so our reinforcements have arrived. Now we just have to make sure that we can survive all the troops. I mean, we should be able to now. And Groza didn't die. What's ZZ? Zenless Zone 0. The red-haired woman anxiously studies the messages on the screen, not even realizing that her cigarette has almost burned itself out. Half of the IFVs she sent into the town have been destroyed. The other half have been wedged outside by fallen rocks and rubble. Meanwhile, there is a ceaseless stream of casualty reports from her Omen forces. Yo, she must be pissed. Just now, the dolls that jumped out of that helicopter had completely eliminated any chance she had of wiping out those encircled dolls. That helicopter had shown up with incredible timing and practically destroyed her entire deployment in an instant. Could it be that the fleeing MBV had only been a decoy? Was she the one being ambushed all along? The confidence she had started with crumbles in an instant. Lentine, that's her name. Lentine can't help but wonder if there's a bigger trap waiting for her behind all this. And the other person would probably not be able to do it. But she can't even begin to imagine what kind of strategies that man who came back from Frankfurt can employ. Lentine's underestimation of him has already cost her dearly, and right now, she knows that her only choice is no choice at all. Contact all squads, have them begin withdrawing, load up the dead and wounded where possible, and return to our muster point. But Adjutant, we can still fight. We still have those dolls surrounded. And what if they have more dolls lying in wait for us? But we still have a perimeter lockdown mission ahead of us. Can't lose any more men. Bring everyone back now. Yes, ma'am. Damn it. Kenny angrily punches his seat before leaving the IFE. He doesn't look back. Zebra Zelda Zippo? Yup. It is only now that Lentine notices the burning pain at her fingertips. She clicks her tongue and drops the cigarette butt. Its lingering heat scorches a black-edged circle on the intelligence report lying on the floor of the vehicle. Lentine picks it up, preparing to throw the pages that made her lose so much out of the vehicle. However, her hand stops halfway, and Lentine instead throws the report back on the ground. There is a strange feeling in her heart. It's been there for a full 10 years, appearing in her dreams, showing up whenever she doubted herself, forcing her to find all kinds of excuses for her actions in order to get it under control. As it is, she can no longer hold it back. The feeling that utterly denies all the choices she has made, an emotion that completely crushes her soul into the dirt. How? How is it that he can still beat me, even after falling so far? Why would he give up on everything, even when he's this capable? It makes no sense! She has to ask him and find the answer to that question. Lentine grabs her gun and stands up, throwing open the IFV's hatch. She clenches her fist, driving her nails so deeply into her palm that blood begins welling up and dripping from her hand. Things shouldn't be this way. Come on, load up. Monsoon Squad brings the Elmo dolls to the roof of a nearby building. As the helicopter slowly touches down, I open the hatch so the dolls can rush inside. Dion and the others bring Karalik, Vepli, and Nemesis with them into the helicopter, which makes the passenger compartment feel a little cramped. Zhao Hui and Jiang Yu reflexively take up positions on the edges of the cabin, guns raised and scanning their surroundings. Commander, where'd you get all these people from? They're old friends. Where's Groza? Miss Centoresi said she was helping to evacuate Groza. I look down, but there's no sign of them. I pick up the handset and hail Centoresi. Centoresi, where are you two? Master, Miss Groza is badly hurt. The enemy caught up to us and we're trying to hold them off. Find a way to indicate your location. Got it. I hear a magazine change of the transmission. Shortly afterwards, I see a stream of tracer rounds hurtle into the sky. I immediately point in that direction and order Sharkry to dust off. Once we reach the area above the tracers, I can clearly make out Centoresi and Groza fighting off the enemy from behind cover. Jiang Yu and Zhao Hui immediately rake the enemy support weapons with gunshots, and the suppressive fire from the distance eases off. Centoresi looks up at the helicopter and takes advantage of the lull in the shooting to grab Groza and head for the nearest roof. A pair of missiles flies towards the helicopter, but fortunately Sharkry had been slowly orbiting the site and dodges them. Dion moves up to the doorway and joins the other dolls in suppressing the source of the rockets. Meanwhile, I get Sharkry to rapidly descend and get as close to the building's edge as possible. Edge. Just as the helicopter levels out, Centoresi appears on the roof carrying Groza. She widens her steps and picks up speed, jumping off the roof with Groza. The two of them slam into the helicopter like a cannonball. Fortunately, the other dolls helped them soften the impact. Dion helped Center Racy let girls on the cabin floor while Jiangyu immediately closes the hatch. Seeing that everyone is aboard, Sharky immediately climbs into the air, beating a hasty retreat while being pursued by more rockets. The helicopter flies towards the Elmo. Fortunately, the roof landing pad isn't too badly damaged. Shark re-lands the chopper on the Elmo. The dolls dismount, waiting for further instructions. I look into the distance. The Elmo is clear of that ruined town, and the enemy shows no intention of continuing the pursuit. I sigh in relief, then turn my attention back to the dolls. Groza's frame is riddled with shrapnel. Karolek and Nemesis are carefully unloading her from the helicopter. Groza, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm sorry. I almost failed to complete my mission. It was my fault for coming back late. Don't speak. You need repairs. Groza nods and closes her eyes. I hear the chime of the hangar elevator nearby, and Mei Ling rushes out as the door opens. Commander! Leader, are you okay? Groza shakes her head, but does not respond. Mei Ling, you've done a great job. Now I need you to do a little more. Got it. I'll start fixing Leader right now. With Mei Ling urging them on, Karolek and Nemesis help Groza to the repair bay. Will Leader really be alright? I hope it's just surface level damage. I'll have to wait for Mei Ling to finish running diagnostics. Speaking of diagnostics, why don't you give Melanie a checkup? After that, we can get her a room to rest in. Alright, come with me, okay, Melanie? Melanie glances at me, then obediently follows Kulfin down the stairs. I have Vepley give the other dolls a tour of the Elmo, which also includes performing a damage assessment of the stricken areas. I head back to the ops room. Thanks to the recent attack, it's a total mess. Glass panels have been broken and fragments are everywhere. I can't help but sigh as I think about how the Elmo had just been repaired not long ago, only for it to be reduced to this state once again. I sit back down in my chair. Who would have thought so many things would have happened in the course of just one day? The Hetero silent Dandegate flies above my head once again. Dandelion's smug voice rings out from above me. What an exciting day this was, Commander. Does it remind you of your Griffin days? I can't help but be reminded of them. I reach to grab the Dandegate above my head, but it nimbly evades my grasp. The Dandegate flies before me and projects Dandelion's face again. She is yawning and stretching lazily. So, were the day's events a coincidence that you arranged to? How could that be? The only coincidence I arranged for you to meet Monsoon and the Zucchero. But then you ended up rewriting the script in your own way. I had nothing to do with the encounter in that underground lab, the fight with Man-Guy security, or that girl. Oh, really? Anyway, about that data you found in that underground lab, have you learned anything yet? I found a piece of information before we left the range of the signal marker network. As it turns out, there has been a string of missing persons and cultist activity cases filled with the police departments of the various major districts in the nearby satellite cities. So far, I've read through 800 plus reports, over 13,000 pictures, 46 videos, and the material involves over 1,000 people. Right now, I'm trying to analyze similarities and sort them to see if I can find any clues. However, the reports are highly disorganized, and there are signs of systematic internal tampering in addition to the confusing information. What? So give me a little more time, okay? It's only been half a day. Even I can't digest all this at once. The rest will just have to wait until my connection to the signal marker network is restored. However, there seems to be some similarities between the experiment you found and what Hyde 404 is investigating. Perhaps they might be able to give you a lead to follow. I trust you haven't forgotten them yet. How could I ever? Lena assigned you to go pick them up, right? Groza and the others were attacked on the road to get them. They were probably the same people as the ones who attacked 404. That's my guess, too. According to the PMC registration database, Mangai Security is supposed to be a small independent company with less than 100 employees to their name. It looks like the Namfa must have messed up really badly if they managed to overlook a company with this level of equipment and manpower. We'll tell Colleen about this afterwards. However, we've been cut off since just now. We can't contact anyone, be they 404 or Lena. The enemy is smart. They know to destroy the signal markers. However, I doubt this will pose a problem for 404. You mean... I mean something like this. Dandelion points to the ops room's main terminal. Suddenly, it buzzes with a comms request. I glance at Dandelion, and then I warily put it through. Hey, looks like I finally got through. Man, it sure was hard fixing a signal marker with hardware this old. Man, Klukai would have killed me if I didn't fix it. Klukai mentioned once again. Just thinking about it scares me. 404. It's the Klukai crew. For a moment, I'm not sure how to answer. There's a look of doubt on my face as I listen to the voice on the line. No response. Hello? Can you hear me? I'm connected, right? You haven't forgotten who I am, have you, Commander? There is a brief burst of noise. The video window dissolves into static and then clears up. Oh, it's... Okay, never mind. I thought it was someone else. There is a man with his back to the camera. He seems to be banging on something. There is a burst of sparks, and then the man throws his wrench aside and slowly turns around. As he does, the man's face is revealed by the cold light of the overhead fluorescent lamps. Wait a minute. Is that you? Deer? Deer. Yeah, deer. I'm trying to... It's like... deer. That was 7. So I think there's usually 9 or 10. I think. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. We're this close. Third generation doll. A third generation doll costs as much as a skyscraper. Outside the Elmo's windows, a sandy gust of wind speeds through the darkened sky. There are no elid corpses here or nauseating monsters. The endless sands are as clean as though nothing had ever happened. The helicopter slowly lands on the Elmo. The dolls open the hatch and jump down from the chopper, while Deer follows behind them as he touches down on the Elmo. After receiving Deer's distress signal, Centaurecy took Dion and the others to the beacon station. Ah, crap. I clicked too fast. Why I do this? To the beacon station where Deer was. As per our previous comms, I learned that he had come to offer assistance after 404 had gone missing. But by the time he had arrived at their location, he found that all the signal markers in the region had been destroyed, and that Mangai security had seized control of all the roads leading in and out. In the end, he became trapped there. Fortunately, Lena had given him the Elmo's comm code, so he managed to contact us after fixing the signal marker. We didn't encounter any enemies at the signal marker. The helicopter returned to the Elmo after taking Deer aboard. The dolls returned to the repair bay to rest, while Deer came to the ops room. I give him a quick once-over and can't help but feel unfamiliar with his look. What's wrong, Commander? Why are you looking at me like that? Well, it's been a long time since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to grow up like this. Well, I am a human after all. Our looks are different from dolls. We grow up fast. Yes, of course, I know that. That said, what's more interesting is that you're still helping out Squad 404. There were times when I asked myself, why am I even putting myself through all this crap? But hey, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? And besides, I heard that the Elmo would be helping them out, and I always wanted to take a look around the Elmo. Is this thing really that interesting? Of course it is. After all, it's a freaking moving fortress. A cutting-edge IOP product. The final glory of the NSU's heavy industry. A one-of-a-kind model whose like will never be seen again. Yeah. It sounds pretty awesome. Honestly, you don't even know how valuable this thing is, do you, Commander? All I know is that thanks to its workshop bills, I have trouble with just getting enough water to drink as it is. Hey, you get what you pay for. Would you mind if I upgrade the comm system over here? Be my guest. I step aside and Deer takes out a bunch of strange devices before starting to work on the command console. After some banging and fiddling, I see a screen on the console's monitor that I've never seen before. What's this? I upgrade the Elmo's comm systems and also set up a temporary encrypted comms channel. I'm sure there were cases in the past where your transmissions were leaked to the outside world, right? Why do you ask? Lena told me about it. She said that after Miss Kalina found out that the non-fuzz comms had been cracked by others on multiple occasions, she told 404 about it and asked them to improve their signal encryption. Leva felt that relying on an encrypted channel alone was pointless, so not only did she boost the encryption on all their communications, she also installed a honey trap in 404's information systems. Any visitors who haven't been invited by 404 will receive a special surprise from them. Unfortunately, the upgrade technology still hasn't managed to catch that visitor who's turned up so many times before. The encrypted comms channel I set up here is similar to the one Squad 404 is using now. This way we can better ensure data security between both sides. If that's the case, Kalina had best upgrade on her end too. Well, about that. I don't dare to mess around lightly with things on Nampha's end. Although I think that's where the biggest hole in security is. So you think the Nampha is problematic? Like, it would be strange if a government organization of that level didn't have loopholes, right? I fall silent for a while and don't respond to Deer's words. In principle, I trust Colleen unconditionally. But she's part of the Nampha, and I can't make up my mind about them right away. After some thought, I decide to change the subject. You looked at your currency in Wua, then looked at the 290, 3,000 crits on Phoebe. No regrets. There you go. That's how it's done. Oh, yes. You were saying that Lena asked you to come over. Yup. Earlier, Klukai mentioned having trouble getting network signal, so Lena sent me over to help troubleshoot things for her. At first, I thought it was just a standard mission, so I took my family helicopter over and paid for transportation and tools myself. Now that I think about it, Klukai really is too stingy. So you entered the yellow zone all by yourself? Well, the danger level for this place wasn't high, and my truck has good specs, so the Varjägers had trouble catching up. I thought I could just find a signal marker, drop off an enhanced base station, and be done with it. But it turns out every single signal marker I encountered along the way was completely destroyed. The only one whose internals I could even begin to repair was the last one. After that, I found out that the way out was completely controlled by Mangai forces. I figured that they'd shoot me full of holes first, even if I tried to go back. Luckily, I met you, Commander. Otherwise, I'd have been totally screwed. Saying so, Deer fiddles with the console interface and rescans for new transmission channels. The moment the rescan finishes, a shining point immediately appears on the screen. What's this? It's a transmission base station. It's broadcasting right now. Can I connect to it? Yes, do it now. Deer connects it to the transmission. A rapid, loud voice speaks over the channel. Yeah. 3,762 second platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We have an emergency and need support. I repeat, we need support. Survey Corps. Aren't those the forces that 404 are working with? Can we communicate with them? No, there's no response. This is an audio clip on a loop broadcast. Can we backtrace their signal then? Sure we can. Alright. Location confirmed. They're not far away. I pick up my terminal and contact Center AC. Master? Center AC. I have a new assignment for you. Get ready for battle along with Monsoon Squad and meet in the hangar. Understood. Preparing now. I have Deer send the coordinates for the dolls and look out at the night sky as dark and mysterious as this mission. Yeah. Look out at the night sky as dark and mysterious as this mission. This might be our break in finding Hyde 404. What if they're not really like... What if they've been there the whole time? Because remember when we got saved by those like 2 extra shots when they shot down the missile? So they might have actually been tailing us this whole time. Just so they can like surprise the enemy and get away from the enemy and also like give us support when needed. Wait. That diner gate over there. I don't even... Okay, never mind. It's dead. Okay. I was gonna say, I don't even think it can get over that barrier, but then Macchiato killed it anyway, so. The helicopter takes off from the Elmo. I decide to head over to the repair bay while waiting for news. I leave the ops room after telling the Dandegate to keep an eye on the Elmo's status and its surroundings. Deer follows me down too. When we enter the repair bay, we see Mei Ling performing the final adjustments on Groza, while the other dolls keep her company. Ah, Commander, you're here. Yep. How are things? Mei Ling says things are okay, but just now, Leader... Karalik immediately shuts up when she realizes what's going on and pushes Nemesis and Vepley out of the room. Right. We're going to go check on the rest of the Elmo. You guys have a good chat, Commander. After the dolls leave the room, Groza sits up on the diagnostic slab. Groza, are you alright? Commander, I'm fine. Thank you for sending help. Yeah, things were really close out there. Mei Ling, how was Leader's frame? I was startled when I first saw her, but when I ran my diagnostics, I realized that there weren't many penetrating injuries. Fortunately, most of the wounds were caused by shrapnel. While it caused a certain amount of damage to her limbs, we can fix them with replacement parts. That's good to hear. After seeing that Groza is alright, I managed to calm down at last. I step aside to make room for Deer, then introduce him to Groza and Mei Ling. This is Mei Ling. She's the Elmo's chief engineer. And only engineer. Groza is the leader of the Elmo's doll squad. Deer nods at them. Mei Ling returns the nod, a little timidly. And this is Deer. I guess you could call him 404's... Just call me 404's technician. I'll do everything I can to help you out during the upcoming operation. Nice meeting you. Oh, alright. Groza nods to Deer. For some reason, Groza seems to be acting strangely. Suddenly Deer's eyes light up and he excitedly rushes over to the slab behind Groza. Puzzled, I follow his movements with my eyes and see him practically skip over to where Sexton's is lying. Sexton's frame has been badly damaged. Just about all her exposed skin has been destroyed, and her body is also badly deformed. You even have a third generation doll? You know this is a third gen doll? Of course I do. This is the latest tech developed by the Orlor conglomerate. Even those core collaborator companies who are working on it need to wait in line for 6 months just to get a look at the relevant files. I can't believe you've gotten so rich and powerful after not seeing you for so long, Commander. Oh, I just picked her up by accident. By accident? A third generation doll costs as much as a skyscraper. And that's just the financial cost alone. This isn't the sort of problem you can solve with money. Well, it's a long story. We fought her during a previous mission, and then she suddenly showed up near the Elmo. We dragged her on board after we smacked her around for a bit. Damn. Poor Sexton's still taking blows even when down and dead. To think that you actually managed to be the monster of that level. Looks like you've been lying about your combat strength, Commander. Well, not really. There seemed to be something wrong with her when we ran into her. Both her perceptions and memories were confused. Maybe you could help me take a look at her. Happy to help. Still, in her current state, well, the materials for repairing her would cost an astronomical sum. I coughed to hide my awkwardness. Is there a cheap way to do it? Cost aside, the main problem is that my understanding of third generation dolls is surface level at best. Frankly speaking, I don't have much confidence in doing it. Well, you got a chance now. Yeah, I think so too. Well, since I've got a chance to take a crack at this, don't mind if I do. Deer pulls out his toolbox and produces a plethora of instruments I have never seen before. After plunging all manner of cables into Sexton's access ports, Deer's instruments begin to flash and make noises. It's a mess in there. Junk code and bad sectors everywhere. Her brain was pretty much mush when we met her. Upon seeing that we're discussing Sextons, Mei Ling helps Groza off her slab and walks over to me. While you weren't around, Leader tried hacking into her neural cloud to gather information. Why'd you take that risk? Her firewalls were down, so I judged that hacking into her would not pose any risks. I see. So, did you make any progress? Her neural cloud was a mess when I hacked in, but my guess is that it was severely damaged by a fusion experiment. I tried connecting to her level 3 base layer and learned some things. Apparently, someone ran an experiment on her and deliberately destroyed her. However, her internal files were too badly damaged and I couldn't make out any details. I see. Dear, I need the information in her neural cloud. Please help me fix her neural cloud as best as you can. Why don't you ask for the moon while you're at it? Deer takes out another little electronic device and hooks it up to several small cables from Sexton's head. After a while, the connections crackle and throw off sparks, even setting the device Deer is holding on fire. A short circuit. How is it? It's like what Leader Groza said. Someone wrecked this third generation doll's neural cloud, almost to the point of complete destruction. Whoever did it targeted all the vital and irrecoverable parts of the neural cloud. See, although her frame structure is still largely intact, it's almost inoperable. It's kind of like if a neurosurgeon went and severed linkages in a human brain. There aren't many destroyed nodes, but the neural cloud module is pretty much a write-off. Also, it seems her body... Deer narrows his eyes and carefully studies an almost destroyed portion of Sexton's epidermal, there we go, epidermal layer. My brain wanted to say ephemeral for some reason. Is something wrong? No. Still, why would anyone make a doll frame out of this? Pretty imaginative, I have to say. Skeen, yes. Her skeen. Is there any material you haven't seen before? Well, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Just that I never thought anyone would make a frame out of it. I'm curious, what is it? What's it made out of? Get to the point. Yeah, what is it? Deer thinks for a moment, then reaches into his toolbox and takes out something that looks like a microscope. He looks for a place on Sexton's body, then sets it up and calls me over. Here, Commander. Take a look. What is this? I don't know what I'm looking at. It looks like some kind of biological tissue, or rather, some kind of cells? Looks like someone was trying to fuse this doll's frame materials with some kind of cell. Some kind of cell. Do they mean, like, elids? That's a little surprising. The cells don't look very active. Looks like the fusion didn't work. I think about what Deer is saying, and then I suddenly sense someone staring at me. When I turn around, I suddenly notice a little figure standing in the doorway. There is the pitter-patter of footsteps, and then Colfin appears from the doorway as well, grabbing the arm of the little figure. It's the Littles. Melanie, what are you doing here? There's something here. Sextons. Melanie? Upon hearing my words, Melanie reflexively backs away. So, you adopted a daughter as well? I mean, technically? Look, it's a really long story. Hi. Hello, Melanie. Melanie backed away even further. Do I really look that scary? Colfin, what were the results of her checkup? Melanie's vital signs, not signals, vital signs are all stable. Too stable, in fact. Melanie ignores the exchange between Colfin and me. She raises her hand and points to the doll behind me before addressing me directly. I want to see that doll. That doll? I point to Sexton's. You mean her? Melanie nods. Sure, I guess. Melanie approaches us. Suddenly, a chill runs down my spine, and my hand reflexively reaches for the gun at my waist. Upon realizing what I'm doing, I quickly turn aside so that she doesn't see me and fold my arms across my chest. She walks up to Sexton's and looks her up and down. Finally, her gaze settles on the position where we discover the signs of cellular fusion. I knew it. Knew what? Have you seen her before? Not this one, but she looks a lot like the ones I saw before. Huh. So there's well, yeah, we knew that kind of. There's multiple Sextons because that other Sexton's one showed up too and looked totally different. She also has signs of this fusion. Melanie's words make me stiffen up. Do you know what these signs of fusion are? They're from Boojum extracts. They show signs like this after fusion. Boojum cell structures. So yeah, elids. Hang on. Cell activity has suddenly increased. Deer quickly checks on Sexton's condition. Rosa walks up in front of me and reflexively takes up a defensive position while Colfin pulls Mei Ling and Melanie away. Be careful, Commander. Logically speaking, the chances of her self-repairing like this should be vanishingly low, but the characteristics of Boojum cells might actually end up coming into play here. Self-repair, huh? So a doll who can self-repair, and a third-generation doll at that. Well, that's interesting. Yo, that's not cool, actually. Milkany? But yeah, that's bad. Because they'd pretty much be unstoppable. Especially if it gets to the point where the cells, can regenerate so rapidly, unlike Sexton's case here. Looks like she's recovering faster than expected. No way. Her neurocloud is rebooting. The bad sexers are actually accepting connections. Deer stares incredulously at the instruments he's holding while Groza warily raises her gun and points it at Sexton's while shouting to Colfin. Get Mei Ling and that girl out of here. Ah, okay. Colfin drags Mei Ling and Melanie outside. Melanie keeps looking back as she goes. After Colfin closes the door behind her, I return my attention to Sexton's. Can you repair her neural cloud backup logs while we're at it? I'm doing it right now. Reboot successful. Local neural cloud backup reactivated. Backup failed. Reboot successful. Local neural cloud backup activated. Now connecting to remote database. Remote database connection failed. Rebooting in local mode. System online. Now loading affiliation data. Affiliation ID failed. Sextons opens her eyes but remains still. She looks at me, her eyes filled with confusion. Are you my master? Yes. Your master? Sextons walks towards me and extends a hand. I reflexively reach out to take it, but Groza blocks me. Girls reading line 2? I have to say, in this event, yeah. There actually, I think this might be the longest one, actually, out of all the events so far. We're also getting a lot of information and characters too, though. I reflexively reached out to take it, but Groza blocks me. Commander, she poses a huge threat. You mustn't lower your guard. Deer quickly works on his instruments, and then he suddenly chuckles. Too much exposition? Yeah. Huh. Commander, looks like you might actually become her new master. What do you mean? Well, her affiliation and authorization data have been completely cleared out, and her systems are back to their default state. If you like, you can take ownership of her. Does that mean anything? Well, like he said, she's a third-generation doll. Why not? So this also means that we can definitely get like a Sexton's banner. Or Darcher, that's what I couldn't remember before. Or a Darcher banner for sure. Of course it does. That way you can easily retrieve those neural logs you wanted. I mean, the only human here who can do this is you, right, Commander? I glance at Groza. She doesn't look at me. Her gun is still trained on Sextons. If it will aid your mission, then you should assume ownership of her. Oh. I nod, and Deer immediately begins tapping away on his touchscreen. Sexton's eyes briefly flash. Soon Deer puts his instruments down and confidently addresses me. Done. She won't regard you guys as enemies anymore, and her neural cloud is reconstructing itself. Also, I found something neat. Something neat? She has an IF key, IFF, key in her database. Do you know what that means? Are you saying that anything the key regards as a friendly is actually an enemy to us? That's right. See, all the combat logs from nearby have been transmitted to her neural cloud. My guess is that these friendly coordinates show the movements of Mangai security forces. There's no other PMC with so many guys in this shitty powerful yellow zone. So the third generation dolls are also linked to Mangai security. I mean, that much is obvious, right? Third gen dolls were the product of the conglomerate to begin with. The conglomerate. So, if we have a more precise location for Hyde 404, we can use Sextons to backtrace them through Mangai security positions. We hacking. I'm going to say this with no reason to contact. Okay. Really, nature? I nod, then my terminal suddenly rings. Commander, do you read me? Loud and clear. Go ahead. We found the coordinates. We ran into a small detachment of Mangai security personnel. They were few in number, and we have already eliminated them. We found a couple of Survey Corps troopers during the firefight. One perished, and the other is very badly wounded. Can you send him back to the Elmo for treatment? His wounds are severe, and we cannot move him easily. Miss Dion is administering first aid, but... Dion, what's that trooper's condition? His bleeding isn't stopping. At this rate, he won't last long. Are you dolls? Let me speak with your commander. Master, he... Patch him in. Will do. Wait, what? Did you just pick up another woman? Give me back my daughter? No. We're from 3762. Yeah, I'm just calling it that. 2nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We're bounty hunters who were passing by and picked up your distress signal. Can you tell me what happened to you? Thank you. While carrying out our mission, we encountered many elids and enemies from an unknown faction. They destroyed all the signal markers nearby. I knew it. While we were setting up a signal base station, we were attacked by mercenaries from Mangai Security. Our mission can't end with us, for the sake of our brothers. Please stay still. You're in critical condition. Nah, he's done. He knows it too. Right now, I am conscripting your dolls in the name of the 7th Survey Corps. Please head to our position and provide backup. Our main force has been surrounded. If you help, I'm sure the 1st Sergeant will reward you well. Understood. We will help you. Thank you. Hang in there. Don't give up. Remember, you promised. Commander, he's not breathing. Centaurecy, please bury them. Let them rest in peace. Also, bring their dog tags back to the Elmo. All right. I end the transmission and sigh heavily. I'd guessed that things would turn out this way, but I still can't help but feel a little sad for those soldiers. Dear, you said Hyde 404 was accompanying the Survey Corps, right? That was what Klukai said, yes. So the base station they struggled to build should be nearby. Have sextons prepared to backtrace them. Groza, take our remaining dolls. Use sextons as a guide to find Hyde 404. Understood. We have to find them. We can't waste what those soldiers spent their lives to protect. We're almost there, guys. One more. And then more just start to pop up. I'm like, no. Signal decryption. The most important thing now is to rebuild relationships. So I'm wondering if this is going to end on another cliffhanger. Let's see. Is that a t-shirt? Yes, it is. A return gift from Zucchero, and also a memento. Unlocked after completing Zucchero Cafe Story Mode campaign. We hurry back to the ops room. Deer heads to the comms hub and begins connecting to the equipment. Can you find 404's location with the base station? I'm trying, but my guess is that it's not too likely. The base station might be mil-spec hardware, but Mangai Security already knows it exists, so in addition to sending people to destroy it, they'll increase their efforts in jamming its signal. The communications hub emits a lost signal tone, validating Deer's thinking. Didn't work, like I expected. Still, there might be hope if we can use sextons to help. Hang on. Deer crawls under the command terminal and begins installing some extra equipment. Meanwhile, I use this time to contact Centaureacy. Centaureacy, how are things now? We've buried the soldiers. The base station seems to be running normally. Right. Spread out and establish a defense line. Now that Mangai knows they've failed, they'll send some more people over to counterattack. You must ensure the base station is secure. Understood. Master, we won't disappoint you. Deer emerges from under the command terminal and taps several locations on the touchscreen, whereupon their menus begin to change. Right. I copied over the frequency settings from the military base station. This way, the Elmo can use it as a relay to search for nearby Mangai security signals. Well done. Groza, do you read me? Go ahead, Commander. Connect to Sexton's level 2 and see if you can find any treasure. Got it. Working now. Groza ends the transmission. Soon, Sexton's IF key is transmitted to the Elmo systems. This military base station has great coverage. Now, for the nearby signal traces... what's wrong? The good news is that this IFF key is really effective. It's picking up traces of every single position Mangai forces have been to. The bad news is it's picking up traces of every single position Mangai forces have been to, so they're all over the map. I look at the map after signal analysis has been done. Our surroundings are covered in red dots. Looks like they really were earning their paychecks. Let's think about this from a different angle. Look for signal traces belonging to the highest ranked contacts among these. Deer gets my meaning. He nods and immediately begins working on the task. Got it. There are 2 sets of signal traces corresponding to highly encrypted wavelengths. The first was active between half a month to 1 day ago, while the other suddenly appeared a day ago. Looks like we found them. Can we try to pinpoint the signal location? One moment. Nope. Looks like they're using a different communications network from the rest of Mangai security. We can't obtain their exact location with Sexton's permissions. However, if we can use Sexton's permissions to connect to that network and crack their firewall, we might be able to see their location. That said, it'll probably take a full day to crack it with the Elmo's current equipment. Well, we'll just start by trying to crack it. There begins his work. Like you said, the progress bar on the monitor is crawling along. I sink into thought. Then, I suddenly think of something and look towards the Dandegate. Say, Dandelion, isn't cracking your forte? You're terrible, Commander. You only want me for my cryptanalysis. It's enough to make me cry. I'm sorry. Can you help us out? Well, like that boy said, the Elmo systems don't support cracking. As for me, my processing power is limited to that of this tiny Dandegate. Have you forgotten that all the signal markers are destroyed and my connections to the outside world have been severed? Ah, Commander, look at this. Deer suddenly exclaims, and I look at the commander's command terminal screen. The opposition signal security level has suddenly fallen. Deer begins tapping on the screen before I can tell him to. Wait, they voluntarily lowered their own security level? There's a chance now. They lowered it? Did they encounter 404? So they lowered their security level to be compatible with 404 security channels. That means we don't have much time to do this given our current speed. The progress bar visibly picks up speed, but the estimated completion time shows that the operation will still take close to an hour to finish. Damn it. We're still too slow. The Dandegate flies up to the screen, and its mono eye flashes. Then Dandelion projects her image and smiles smugly as she speaks to me. Well, if they lowered their security to this level, I might be able to do something about it. However, I can't handle an encrypted signal of this level alone. Does she want to be transported into the Elmo? I thought she could already do that, though. Tell me, what do you need? You know me so well, Commander. Can I borrow those cute little dolls of yours? You're not going to do anything dangerous, are you? Relax, I'll return them all in one piece after I'm done. I'll set myself up as the relay, so even if the offensive barrier triggers, I'll be the only one to melt down. Well, have I allayed all your concerns? I eye the Dandegate dubiously and then contact Groza. Soon, processing power reaches the command system. The Dandegate perches on the command terminal and begins to work. Looks like there were offensive barriers after all. Time for me to show what I can do. So she's gonna do it. Everyone, I need you to focus your forces on the weakest part of the enemy protocol. I'll assist you from the outside and keep you from being contaminated by the enemy data. If we're ready, then let's go. Achieve victory 7 turns, lose no more than 1 unit. Or no one. It feels like something is missing with Lizard gone. Like, that's a pretty big lizard. What if he was here, but just not saying anything on purpose? Damn. And then there were 2. We're in. That wasn't much of a final battle. It really wasn't. Or maybe there is another battle coming up. Connect to the channel. The system indicates that the cracking was successful and Deer begins eavesdropping on them. After some cracking noises, a couple of voices are clearly audible on the channel. I am here now. Belka, destroy the amplifier. 404, cut all comms now. That's Klukai's voice. So they've encountered each other already. What should we do? Should we contact 404? No can do. They've gone silent. And using a man-guy frequency to establish comms would be too risky. Yeah, about to say they'd hear us. Can we obtain their position from the transmission just now? Sure can. Right, send it to Groza. Groza, we've got an approximate location for 404. Sending it over now. Head there ASAP. Also, take sextants with you. Use her to correct your course along the way. Must we? She can perform course corrections from aboard the Elmo. The opposition's permission to outrank sextants, so it might be another 3rd-gen doll. Right now, she's affiliated with the Elmo, so having some extra fighting power will help with the upcoming op. Understood. I'll leave Nemesis and Colfin here to defend the Elmo. Everyone else will go help hide 404. Roger that. I'm counting on you. Groza ends the transmission and prepares to head out. You would act surprised if he showed up as a different animal. As for me, I pause to think before sending a transmission to Center AC. Centuracy, sit rep. The enemy has attempted 2 counterattacks. We've repulsed them both. They might continue trying to seize this location. Abandon the base station and return to the Elmo. Just like that, Master? Mangai will lower their guard once we abandon the base station. However, I think for a moment. Before that, send one last message from it. What kind of message? Use Morse code and broadcast in clear text. Where are you? Alright, I will do so now. Soon, Groves' Jeep leaves the Elmo and races off into the distance. Meanwhile, a series of long and short tones repeat through my earpiece, and I pray that they will convey adequate hope. You would act all surprised. Oh, and call him by a different animal. Watch, it's going to be hilarious. That was it? No. Oof. So you know what that means. That means that there's going to be another one. I mean, like a continuing event that's going to continue what's happening right now and all the events. That's exactly what that means. But we did finish the story. That was it. Unless they're planning like a part 2 or something. This drink has sold out. Please open the drinks menu and make some new drinks. No, we're not going to do that. What we are going to do... This is challenge mode. You know, as per usual. We're going to look at everything in the event. I think we can... Fine, here. If it's that simple, there you go. Okay. Where's the... Wasn't there a store? Ah, here it is. So yeah, actually these things are locked. So I guess you have to do the whole minigame and stuff, but we can collect these, that's for sure. Like, yeah, no, this is the most important thing to do first. Collapse pieces. Thank you. And now I can't buy anything else. Well, I can, but not things I want. What does this do? Oh, it's just... Wait, she has a present? Oh, nice. They give us stuff, too. I can't click on... Oh, there's even more. I didn't even realize there's more out here. Oh, wow. Okay. Why is there still a mark on this? Hold on. Supply... Wait, story? Oh, and then supplies. I see. That's right. Okay. And you get things as well, too, that you need for the cafe through that. All right. So we're also going to take a look at Centuracy as well. Wait, did the day reset? No, that just popped up for some reason. So where is she? Event. Might as well collect these while I'm at it. But yeah. So there's 2 trials that's out right now. Ulrid as well too, but we already seen Ulrid, so I already did hers. But there's Centuracy. So let's check her out. So, cleanses debuffs from allies and provides healing, while it's also cleansing fear and stun effects. Careful Hospitality deals burn damage to an enemy and heal the nearest ally after attacking. Gains heat recovery, which heals before receiving an attack and cleanses the attacker's buffs. Also, Zucchero's special drink heals allies within the area and damages enemies. Dispel enemy buffs if they have overburn applied. And then Afternoon Tea Break heals all allies and cleanses debuffs. Cleanses fear and stun, and restores stability to the least stable ally. Applies heat recovery after healing. And last but not least, Maid's Duty. That's her passive. Gains heat recovery at the start of battle. While heat recovery is active, applies overburn after an active attack. When an enemy within range takes targeted damage from an allied unit, performs one support action. Gains Confectant's Index and applies heat recovery to that allied unit. What's up, Dragon? Okay, so she's a heal and she's a healer cleanser for the most part, and debuffs as well too, or dispel, but that's only if they have the overburn. So if you're running like fire or something like that with a fire person, that works. So let's see. Let me slow this down too. There we go. So that's just one. And this one is everybody. Oh, wait. Oh, the green is our allies. That's right. So they're going to die no matter what. I should move her first. Let me see something. Let's bring her here. Then do this. Oh, it has to be on an ally. That's why the allies are here. Okay. She can't just do it because it damages and heals your allies at the same time. So if your ally is surrounded, or yeah, that's actually okay. I see how that works. And then that one's gone. So what's the enemy going to do now? Okay. So actually, can I move him? No. But I can move her. So basically, restores HP equal to 100% of attack to all allies. Cleanses 2 debuffs, removes fear and stun, and restores up to 7 points of stability index to the ally with the lowest stability index. After healing, applies heat recovery. Okay, so you know what? Actually, they might kill them. So let's just do her special for. Whoa. Oh, that's right, because it heals everybody too. It's similar to Suomi's, like her pretty much wherever your allies are, it doesn't matter. It's similar to that. So let's do it. Hold on. Oh, because it is just a heal. So yeah, let's see how it is. Tis cake. Nice. Yeah. Very nice. Oh no. And then there was one. And we can still do this attack as well too. And see what it looks like. Damn. There you go. And that's center AC. It's like so good. Ah. Let me claim these real quick. Because we are... Actually... Collapse pieces? Damn it. I was hoping it would be some more. That's okay. Oh, wait. Hold on. Cool. Cool. Got it. Yup. Okay. So, it's funny because the stream may not have started out and the way it was supposed to with the live stream, which is now tomorrow. Hopefully, they screwed up on the time. We didn't. But yeah, since we did Zucchero Cafe this time, which I was actually, like I said, I was planning for its own stream after we already did it. So, for those who are still here, you're in luck because you actually get to, hold on, let me collect this real quick. But you actually get to see me roll. It's like, here we go. Nice. So her and her weapon are out. And Ulrid as well too. For anyone who wants Ulrid or missed her banner last time. It's like, so her and her weapon are out. But yeah, this is where we're rolling. Because I have so many. Dragon was in luck this time. Wow. It's like, but yeah. Because they just added, this is why everyone's saying like save your pulls and stuff. Because they just added to the point where you can actually choose a character or a weapon that you want. So, and plus also, once you use up all these, you can choose whoever you want as well too. So that's another thing. That's a rare thing to happen. Lies. Well, I'm only using up these pulls. And then tomorrow's live stream, that will also determine the rest of what I do with my currency and stuff. But yeah. But let's get ready to pull pretty much. And I think I'll also be hitting this because I'm just going to use them all. It doesn't matter. Because with finishing Zucchero, we've done absolutely everything, really. So, yeah. I'm just waiting for Kukai. That's pretty much it. Oh wait, this is purple, right? Oh yes. I haven't rolled in so long. So I'm even getting more of weapons that I want to. Hey, look, it's Groza. It's Colfin. I am so happy. Getting so much, because I need these, the Nemesis ones. I think her gun is done now. It's like, yeah. I'm just doing one. Come on. Okay. Now we go back to tens because they're even now. Aw. Let's see. Because there are still characters that I don't have either. Yeah. Wait, is this Nemesis? Yes, it is! Well, more Nemesis. That's always a good thing. I'll just skip the rest. Oh! Actually, she's maxed out. So they just gave us more redundant pieces. That's good too. Also, saving your redundant pieces is a good idea as well too, because they haven't added the tickets there in global yet. Uh-oh. Is that a golden light? Is it? No. Perfect.
また仕事って
ん
飼育員じゃん。しょうがない。本ステーキ最も偉大な
Oh.
天才があん
I
たを
was just
助
about
け
to
て
say,
あ
I
げる
was
よ
like, who is this? As soon as I heard her say that. See? Yeah. She's max already. Heh. We got more cheetahs. Gotcha rates are lies. What are you rolling in? Are you meaning this? Robins. I forgot who this is good for. Did they give us max cheese? Or yeah, they did. Cheetah's already maxed. They gave it. They gave her to us. So yeah. So she's good for more redundant pieces though if she does show up. So there you go. Was that gold? I couldn't tell. Okay. Oh yeah, it is because she has her fingers up. Who is it? Or what? Because it could be a weapon too. Which it turned out great last time because it was for Bepley for me. It's a pleasure. Oh, yes. Nice. I know who it is. It's who I wanted. Yep. It's Q. Nice. Now she's even stronger. If I can get her, I think, one more time. I think it's one or two more times. I was looking at her, whatchamacallit. The robot wifey that can't quit me. Well, I set her up too as my whatchamacallit, my like 50-50. That was for Karalik, the sword. This is Bepley's, I think. No, it's a shotgun. My mistake. Maybe this was Bepley's, the AR. Yeah, because she's Bepley's assault rifle, not shotgun. Oh, gold! I saw those lights. He's meta gaming with QJ. It's like what you got? She's been part of my main team. I got her early on, actually. Yes. The rates work. It's her again. I think I might be able to change it now to someone else. Sweet. I got her 4 or 5 times back to back. Nice. I'm gonna see if, like, Shark. We got a Shark. Nice. Sweet. Before they add just pick your path? Yeah, you told me. Oh, that's awesome. I think she's where I want her. Let me see something. Let me go back. Let me see. Because that does that. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's all. Or do you need them one more time? Because I wanted to get her to segment 3 at least. Because it says it's unlocked though. So yeah, I think that's it then. Oh no, I do have to get her one more time. It's not actually at level 2. Okay, I see that. So I'll leave her there. Let's go gambling. Yeah, you need another one. Yep. Give me more of for whatchamacallit, Colfin. I want more of the Nemesis. Damn it. Because I like what it does. Wait. Karalik. Yeah. Sweet. The funny thing is, I don't think I have all the I don't think I have all the SRs either, but they're just not giving them to me. They're giving me just dupes. Still have 100 more tickets. Nope. Nothing. Like, I would skip, but like I said, I'm pretty sure there's some characters I don't have, so I want to see their intros. Wait. Was this it? No, that's not the one. Yeah, no. It's actually a purple one. No. Mei-Ling, change your position. Fine. Oh. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. I'm about to say, I didn't have her. Yep. Ksenia. Well, there we go. I'm not sure if she's the last one I didn't have. There might be another one too. Nice. Come on. Nope. More sharks. Yep. So Shark, I don't know where she is right now. I don't think she's not complete yet though. Gold. Okay. Let's see. Can we win another one? Is that not her final form? No. Colfin's eating good. Wait a minute. Is this her gun? Please say it's her gun. No. Okay. That's for Talolo. Damn. Yeah, this one's for Talolo. Because I've read all the weapons. Yup. And Platena, because she likes space. Yeah. Okay. I don't have Talolo, though. Uh-oh. Huh. Gonna have to see what that does. Okay, just the one purple. Oh, I forgot to click on it. Oh well. Oh. Yeah. Cheetah. It seems like you really, well, it happens, but you rarely get more than one, like, purple. Okay, Model Alpha. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, I spoke too soon. All of a sudden, they're like, here you go. 3 purples. And I got what I wanted, too. A Nemesis. Nagant. Extra action. Okay, Model Alpha. People are not happy with Mayday. Oh. Or, wait, Mighty? Oh, Mighty. That's right, that's how you pronounce it. I remember on the stream. It's mighty. Every time I just see it spelled like that, I'm just like, Mayday? Something good? Damn it. I mean, it's good to level up the gun, because I think, yeah, this is for Groza. Ah, here we go. I'm not sure if it's guaranteed, like, the next time or something, or I don't know. Either way, I can probably just, like, pick her, too, if I needed to, because I think I'm already at the choice banner thing. Maybe we won't have to. Or maybe it'll be her weapon. Nope, it's her. Sweet. Nice. It's like, now I don't have to worry about it. Hey, Karalik. And we're at 260 already. So the funny thing is, I still have 10 tickets left, which is hilarious too. If I can just save for whoever. It's like, or whatever. And so here, I'm just like, I'm just like, sweet. I can just choose who. Honestly, I'm probably just going to go with Tololo. I already have her weapon too now, so it's just like, might as well. Because Perdia, you can get, there's a chance that you can get her from those other pulls as well too. It's like, but yeah. It's like, I've met the 260. That's this right here. Hold on. Let me see how many do I have. Now, let me just do this real quick. Nope, that's not it. If you go here, from the mysterious box. I've just been collecting them. It's like, but where is it? Collection details. Yeah, see? There's a chance that you can just get her from here as well, too. It's like, so that's the thing. And I just used them. Yeah. It's like, that is true, too. It's like, I guess you should just use them. Knowing you'll get her first pull. I don't think that's true. I'll do it for you, Wriggle. See? Trash. I can keep going. I still technically have 610 pulls. I was just saving them. I don't know why I was saving them, to be honest, with this whole thing, but let's do it. Might as well. There, see? I got the Nemesis. It's Matt's zero reason for you to save them. That's true. Let's see if she shows up. Because there's no probability. They say it's completely random. Nope. Okay. So there you go. Just straight up nothing. Snake. All right. So yeah, that's pretty much gonna do it. It's like we pulled, like I said, after tomorrow, what is now tomorrow's live stream, it's like I may actually It's like I may actually pull for Centaurace as like an alt healer as well too. It's like, but that depends on how soon Klukai is coming out. Tonight's live stream. Yes, tonight's live stream now. Technically, yeah, you're right. Like I said, they messed up on the time. We didn't. We were there. But, yup. We finished Zucchero Cafe, so we're just waiting for more story on that too. That's not it. That's supplies. But yeah, we completed the story. There's no more main story at the moment either. Only up to chapter 8. We've done everything normal and hard, so yeah. Absolutely done with everything in Girls Frontline at the moment. That's a G36 carbine, by the way. The gun the girl with the cake was shooting. Centaurace. Hey, look, present. New Descendant comes out tonight. Forgot it's almost Thursday. Gotcha. All right. So, it's like with that, everybody, that's gonna do it for this stream. Like I said, that was quite a bit in the event, but we got through it, and it was damn good. It was. So now we're just waiting on more story and stuff for the game. Also, those are still here. You get to witness this for the first time as well too. Little ending sequence here. Wait, where's the stream? Look at me streaming? Exactly. That's basically what happened. We started out waiting for the live stream, but you know what? That will be, I guess, that'll be tonight's stream. We'll just watch it tonight. So join me here later this evening for Girls Frontline 2's. Actually, this is their very first global live stream, which was supposed to be today, but they messed up. So it is now tonight. I'll set it up. It's like soon after. But all right, everyone. Also, I'm proud to announce that I also have this to say goodbye with. So until later, until next stream, stay well, everyone. Thanks for joining.